That's coming up.
Just a reminder, as you can see on the agenda, there's presentations that's going to be forthcoming, both in the morning session and in the afternoon session. And as far as the consultant slash possible candidate, everyone of them will give their presentations. We're going to ask the council to do a question and answer period after the fulfillment of their presentation. So what we would kindly ask and request of you to allow them to give their full presentations, and then any questions that you may have come up at the end of their presentation, presented presentation. That will keep us not only on track, but allow them to give their full presentation prepared as well. Okay, I believe we're ready to call this meeting, this special call meeting, August 12th, 2023, at the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma General Council. I ask the Secretary to call the roll. Secretary?
Leah Simpson, Anthony Conlon,
Here.
John Markby,
Here.
Rena Tiger, Anastasia Pittman, Terry Edwards, Heidi Gonzalez, here, Nancy Pixico, Leon Petit,
Here.
Joseph Julie, Dolores Harjo, Karen Fulbright, here, Ann Borba, here, Stephanie Lambert, here, Tina Yesler, here, Lonnie Cootie, Marilyn Moore, Ensign Lena,
Here.
David Frank,
Here.
Wayne Shaw,
Here.
Tiffany Thunder, here, Catherine McCoy, here, Charlie Hill,
Here.
Tommy Chupko,
Here.
Danita Harjo, here, Louis Dedrick,
Here.
Desiree Emerton, here. I have 22 present, 5 absent.
With a count of 22 present and 5 absent, declare that a quorum has been established. I ask Representative Gonzalez if she would open us in prayer, if we would say this. Amen. You can be seated. There is no reading of minutes. Meeting will do that at the meeting. Did you make that the minutes? Okay, cool. She did. It goes out for you, so we'll go ahead and do those if you read those. I entertain a motion for that effect. Unless there's correct minutes that the council secretary has made. Are there any corrections? No corrections, is there a motion? Okay, we have a motion by Representative Fulbright, seconded by Representative Borba. This is for the approval
Anthony Conley. John Markby.
Yes.
Rena Piper. Anastasia Pittman. Terry Edwards. Ida Gonzalez. Yes. Nancy Bixico. Leon Petit.
Yes.
Joseph Billy. Dolores Archer. Karen Hooper. Yes. Ann Borba. Yes. Stephanie Lambert. Yes. Tina Yes. Yes. Lottie Moody. Marilyn Moore. Vincent Lena.
Yes.
David Grant.
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder. Yes. Wayne Shaw. Catherine McCoy. Yes. Charlie Hill.
Yes.
Tommy Chupko.
Yes.
Danita Archer. Yes. Willis Etheridge.
Yes.
Desiree Everton. Yeah. I have 22 yes, 0 no, 0 abstain.
With a count of 22 yes, 0 no, and 0 abstentions, declare the 2022 has been approved. There is no unfinished business at this time. There is no reports of committees at this time. Now we're going to do business. As stated earlier, the presentation began. That the council save your questions to the end of the presentation for all these here today, through the morning, through the afternoon. So at this time, we'll have the first presenter come up, ready themselves for the presentation. As company, they don't have it in here, they are people that put down information this time.
All right. Estango. My name is Brian Zepeda. First, I want to thank everybody for bringing the weather. You made it rain for us today. I'm used to that. Every day being in Florida. Temperature is about the same. We're hitting the triple index. And like you, heat advisory, all that stuff. The story for us began about a decade ago. I was introduced to Mike Amon. We started talking about the different businesses that we're involved with and projects around the world and stuff. And we realized we had a common factor of trying to do business different than people have done in the past. With my tribe, we're inundated every day with offers from different companies coming to us. And it always ends up, they bring this project, it's a wonderful project, and then they want us to put up 20 million, 100 million, what it would cost us. And then they're always shocked when we say, thank you, but no thank you. And I said, I'd like to join Maple Leaf, but I need to know that you're going to do things differently than all the companies that come to my tribe, Seminole tribe of Florida. And we had a long discussion about it. We agreed that we need to do things differently to try to get to a place where Native America, all the tribes across the United States, have an opportunity for economic development on a level with the rest of the United States when they have big corporations come in and do big business. Why can't Native America be the same? Why can't we have those sort of opportunities? And again, we go back to, they always want the tribes to come up with the money for these projects. So we thought, why don't we do it differently? We bring projects forward, but we also bring the capital to get it done. So that we're not asking you to put up money We're bringing a project to you with whatever tribe it is. They're buying the land that it's on, so that we bring the project, we bring the expertise, we bring the team, we bring a complete turnkey package with it, if you will. But we also bring the money. So we're not asking you guys to put up any funds, any kind of thing like that. We bring that finance with us, so that we have the opportunity to do big projects with tribes that may not have 100 million, 200 million, but they would like the opportunity to have a project on that scale. And that's what we're going to be presenting today. Our team, this is a part of the team, because with projects that we do, like any project, it can't be just an architect. Somebody's got to be an engineer. Somebody's got to be a foreman. Somebody's got to put the shovel in the ground. Somebody's got to drive the nail. It takes a team to build anything. And so we realize that. So when we bring these projects, we bring a project where we also bring all the expertise. And you'll see later in the presentation that our partners, they're known throughout all of North America and all around the world. I mean, like Paul Steelman, just off the top of my head, he's designed some of the most major projects that you'll ever see around the world. And you'll see that. We've got a little presentation about that as well. But I wanted to thank everybody for allowing us to come. It's an honor to be here today. And again, I know some of you may know me other than this. I know some of you are, I call my friends. Some of you, right there. She's telling me she sees me on social media because, like, you guys have a gentleman named Jake Tiger here, right? Yeah, I'm friends with Jake, and we sort of do similar things, doing the bandolier bags, making the patchwork, hand sewing our coats or shirts, making all those things, the leggings, the moccasins. And I know a lot of people from Seminole Nation that way. They send me questions or they order things from me. I've developed a good rapport with a lot of your tribal citizens. So at this moment, I'm going to hand the phone off or call. Yeah. I'm going to hand it off to one of our partners, Casey.
Thank you, Brian. Yep. So that's loud. Brian and I were introduced by the former chief of the chairman of the Seminole Tribe of Florida, Jim Billy. I got to know Jim very well. Spent hours with him, mostly on the front porch of his house with his wife Maria, his two kids Ade and Ito, and his dogs and chickens running around, sitting on the front porch, just talking about stuff, about history of the tribe, about the status of the tribe, just exchanging stories. And Brian and I have now been friends for a decade. In fact, we have a business together, which is a native-owned business. My history with the Seminole Tribe of Florida actually goes back to 1956, when my father and uncle produced a movie called Wind Across the Everglades, set in Florida with Oscar winners Christopher Plummer and Burl Ives. I gave a copy of the movie when the first time I met Chief Johnson. So the custom of the day in the 50s was to dress up a white guy, have him play an Indian, like Burt Lancaster played an Apache chief in 1954, and Anthony Quinn played Osceola in 1955. But my father and uncle insisted that all the Seminole roles in the movie, and it was set in the Everglades, so there were a lot of Seminoles in the movie, that they were all played by members of the Seminole tribe. And this was before gambling, so the tribe was not the like globe-trotting billionaires they are today. They were, they were making a living selling stuff, dollars along the Tamiami Trail. My father and uncle thought it was important that all the Seminole roles were played by genuine Seminoles, including a pretty big role. A guy named, in the movie was called Billy One Arm, and he was played by the then chief of the Seminole tribe, Corey Osceola, pretty notable former chief of the tribe, and actually Brian's grandfather. So we have that connection. So this is legacy for me, and I'm hoping to be as good a friend of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma as my dad and uncle were the Seminole Tribe of Florida. So I want to introduce our chairman, Mike Amon. But before that, I want to play a little clip from about 15 years ago when Mike was the visionary for a huge $4.2 billion resort in Vietnam that he basically brought into existence. Let's see if this works. We need more volume.
plans to create a Vietnam casino, an incredible thing. Where do you stand now? What about your access to capital? Do you manage to continue with your plans?
One thing that we needed to do is make sure we get a robust operator as a partner. I think you know we announced that MGM was our partnership on the first resort. You know, they're a leading gaming company in the world. And obviously that's a significant amount of credibility, not only to Southeast Asia, but to Vietnam and to our project in particular. So we're really excited about having MGM on board.
To bring us up to date again on what the package is. We know what it's a $4.2 billion package. Give our viewers an idea of what that entails. What's going to be there?
5 major resorts, tennis facility, Craig Norman Golf Course. IMG is going to manage the sporting events, marina, dolphin, swimming with dolphins. So an integrated resort. It's an entertainment resort. We think we have a lot more to offer our customers than just a place to go and gamble. We have a place to play food, a great environment, a great shopping, a convention center, and a pristine environment where it's sunny all year, warm all year, and just a fun oasis for people to experience.
Okay, so now I want to introduce in the flesh the chairman of Maple Leaf Resorts, Michael Amon.
Had a lot more hair back then. Noticed. Lost a lot of hair from the stress of the resort business. Probably wonder why I have this basketball. I don't know if everybody knows that basketball was invented by a Canadian. So now it's an American legacy game. So we're hoping, I thought there was a good analogy between our relationship. We're Canadian, and we're very proud to be part of the Seminole Nation and working together for a very long time. So I'll toss the basketball. There you go. You play basketball. I don't think you're tall. So Casey kindly wrote me a script. So I never go by script. I usually just go by my heart, how I feel about business relationships and partnerships. But I'm going to read a few formalities. None of you guys have a script. I'm the only guy with a script. Thanks very much. You know, it's funny, when we opened our project in Southeast Asia, I stood on a sort of a hill, 600 acres of barren sand, miles of beachfront, and put the vision in my mind with the team that we'd have 2,000 rooms, golf courses, tennis facilities, shopping, restaurants, other entertainment aspects. And, you know, it's there and it's open, and it's a pretty amazing thing to see the transformation of barren land into someplace that families and individuals can enjoy. First, I'd like to thank Chief Johnson, Assistant Chief Palmer, and the Seminole Gaming, I get the name wrong all the time, so Seminole National Gaming Enterprises, and the lawyers for allowing us to do this presentation. Really appreciate your time, and what a beautiful country and a beautiful place to visit. Our vision, which we would like to work closely with the Seminole Nation, is to really transform this region, this state, and put it on a global map. We're going to spend, you know, over $1 billion and build something spectacularly focused on families, focused on entertainment, and focused on real estate. With that, high-paying jobs, managerial jobs. It's a great thing to see. You're going to employ 25,000 people. It's going to bring hundreds of millions of dollars into the state, and it's a fun place to go. I mean, everybody likes entertainment, everybody likes being on vacation, and maybe the 100-degree weather, it's not so fun, but what a great place for a water park. And yesterday I would have gone to a water park. And we're building a surfing facilities, all sorts of things that are lots of fun to see down the road. Our company is a real estate company. We've been mandated by the board to expand globally. So we're looking at operations in South America, a place called Argentina, where we're building Niger Resort, the UAE, United Emirates, Asia, and now North America. I don't know if there's a slide on that. Yeah, there it is. So that's what we're going to be doing in the next 5 to 10 years. Our mission is, for me, really, really, really simple. We're a family-based real estate company. We're responsible. And most importantly, we're respectful for the people who we work with, the communities that we work with, and we do give back. We just don't talk about it. We build community centers, we donate money, charities, we provide, like I said earlier, jobs, and really embrace the community that we operate. I was brought up that way. It's not something that made my board of directors. It's just something who I am. Also, maybe we should talk about the architect, Paul Stillman. So Paul Stillman has been a friend of mine for well over 20 years. He's the most respected architect in this industry. He's done over 3,000 projects globally. He has offices in Las Vegas and Asia, and a place called Macau. Now, any information, Paul?
Hello, everyone. My name is Paul Stillman. I'm a partner for a large casino architect interior designer based in Las Vegas and a few other offices around the world. We have been fortunate enough to be for over 40 years designing casinos in Twin Caesars and galaxies around the world. Our history, we've designed over 3,000 casinos, including one for my friend Mike Amon, who in fact we designed a casino for approximately 20 years ago. And we're very, very excited about the projects that Mike has proposed. They are absolutely fantastic entertainment complexes. Casino entertainment has been so diversified over the years that it has now become entertainment. We're very, very happy to partner with Mike on all of these unbelievable projects that he has defined. And we think that your team will be very, very proud of what we can do. It will definitely become a market leader in whatever market. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's Paul, quite an accomplished individual. Next person I'm going to introduce is of equal quality. Running a resort and a casino, it's fun. It's sitting in plaza in Las Vegas. It involves very complex scientific algorithms and quantitative studies and things like regulatory, infrastructure, airports, fiber optics, power, tax. It's all the boring stuff that I do day to day. Everybody else gets to have fun except me, right? So it's a pleasure of, you guys get all fun too. I take the pleasure of introducing Mike Lucio. And Mike's going to run the operation. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mike, for the nice intro. Sincerely, thank you all for allowing us to present here today. Some quick background on me. 20 years casino business. I was there before the Hard Rock opened up in Tampa. For anybody that doesn't know, Tampa Hard Rock is one of the top 5 most successful casinos in the world. I had the privilege of being the director of finance when we opened. I have 16 years of travel gaming experience, 13 of those with Seminole Travel Florida. So it's a pleasure to be here working with Seminole Nation. It almost feels like I'm circle of my career. After I left the Seminole Travel Florida, I was the VP of Finance CFO from Pittsburgh. That's where I'm from originally. I had some family issues causing me to leave the tribe, but I landed in Rivers Casino Pittsburgh, where this is really relevant. Is folks use Konami as your casino management system. They used it in Pittsburgh, I implemented there. It's a great system, really works well. We just got to get to the bells and whistles of how we need to really fine tune it. From there, I took a 2-year contract with Federated Indians of Great Rancheria. They were under a casino management program. They controlled their database, they controlled everything about it. I built a casino behind the scenes from the ground up. I controlled the tribe's database, gave it to them when I left. The GM of that casino is a Chickasaw native. She is now the president of that casino. That casino does over $400 million a year of earnings. From there, I was given an opportunity to open the Catawba Two Kings Casino as the president. Tribe, Catawba, if you don't know the Catawbas of South Carolina, very, very poor tribe. Not a lot of resource for them. They were given trust land in North Carolina. And I built a 46 trailer facility, literally single wide trailers all put together. They're red, they're right off the interstate. Temporary facility. Everybody probably thought they were a little crazy for doing it. Turned that into a $100 million first year business plan. Temporary facility. We had no food. We had no Players Club database. We didn't have anything. When I'm telling you we started from scratch, we started from scratch. One of the most important things that I think this year is I have 30 tribal citizens working for me. And I mandated when I started my contract with them that I wanted a vice president to be a tribal citizen so I could teach them. I left there. If you can see from the bottom, I do hold key executive licenses in 4 states, and I'm an expert, have served as an expert witness for the NIGC. So I hope that speaks to my experience for what I'm going to present to you guys the rest of the day. So to me, it's 3 basic steps: where we are today, where we want ahead, and how we're going to get. So today, this is based off of 22 financial information I was able to gather. The win per unit per day is $77 per slot machine. That's as of 2022. The national average is 165. So you're less than half the average. Where are we heading? Based off of the locations of your casinos and some of the things that different marketing techniques we believe that we can be at 225 per unit per day. How are we going to get there? Anytime you're working this type of limited resources, you have to focus in 3 areas. The first area we're going to have to focus on compliance. We want to eliminate anything having to do with the NIGC, all those nasty letters, all the issues that come up. We're going to fix them. Okay? Been there, done that, know how to do that. We're going to work real closely with compliance so they understand. We're going to try to update the internal control standards for modern technologies. Last time I believe your internal control standards for update was 2014, if I read correctly. There's different protocols in place that you're going to have to update. We want to make sure that we're doing our suspicious activity reportings. We want to make sure we're going to have an internal audit schedule. Second thing is we're going to review our slot inventory. So when I say review slot inventory, we want to make sure you're always having a nice mix of those games, and you're rotating those, and they're performing well. You should do a monthly slot variance report to your par sheet. I know I could go into this. I've been doing this for 20 years. I can go on and on, so I'm going to try to keep it real top level and keep it short out of respect for your time today. The last thing, the most important, is once those first 2 steps are in place, we're going to focus on marketing. The database in the casino is your most important asset in the nation. We're going to grow it. We're going to focus on direct mail free play offers. We're going to focus on large scale giveaways, which have earning components to them. We're going to work with local advertising for sponsored radio ads and agents. Compliance. So for the first 90 days, that's where our focus is. We're going to get in compliance. We're going to work with your gaming commission. We're going to make sure that staffing is proper. We have an internal audit schedule. They're watching our drop count. They're making sure that our games are installed properly. Just so everybody is aware, the typical function for the gaming commission is to make sure that there is a fair game offered to the casino guests. They want to make sure there's no manipulation of the slot machines. They want to make sure if you do a giveaway, it's done fairly. Everybody earned the right number of entries. We're going to work with them on that to make sure that that's what the function is. We're going to establish monthly slot performance review protocols. So we're seeing how the machines are performing. If the machines are performing well, you actually, within 6 months, if you negotiate well with the manufacturer, you could actually give that game back and get another game based on your lease fees. We're going to create and update the internal control standards, work on marketing giveaway and approvals. Anytime you do a marketing giveaway, the gaming commission should have a set of rules, which the guests can see at any time, and those rules should be able to be presented by the gaming commission fast. And then, of course, we're going to complete all outstanding compliance issues should be an IGC satisfaction. Like I said, I work well with the regulators. I work with Sean Castellano. I work with Lee Pazuski. They're good friends. They've asked me for help in the past, so we'll be able to get some good guidance from the IGC. Next step is going to be the equipment, reviewing all of our equipment. It's equipment what customers are accustomed to seeing. This is going to be utilizing the latest technology. We don't want to have games. People like to have new games. They like to have constant turnover. They like to get bonus rounds. And we're going to make sure that they have a really, really good game. We're going to conduct monthly reviews. We care very much about average bets. So if anybody knows about some of the science that I was mentioning to these gentlemen earlier, is when we look at a machine, I care about how many times that game can be played in a minute. There's some machines that are 6 times, there's some machines that are 8 times. Okay? For the machines that are 6 times spent per minute, my average bet better be 33% higher than my average bet on 8 machines that went up at the 60. That's the kind of stuff that we do. Once again, we'll work with the manufacturers to bring games. I'm not sure what your relationships is with the manufacturers now, but we of course, we have all those relationships. So once we have those set up for marketing, this is going to be our sweet spot. As I mentioned before, your database is your most, anybody can tell you, you build these big, beautiful buildings and they're worth so much money. Your database is worth money. We care very much. This bottom line here probably should be the top. I'll take responsibility for that. We want 60% point in. That means every time somebody presses the button, 60% of the time, it's part of that machine. The reason why is because when we understand what machines people like, when we understand what machine, how frequently people come, we're going to cater our marketing. I first started with Hard Rock in Tampa. We marketed the 5 seconds. Once we put in our automated marketing and tracking system, we increased that to 5 months. So based on how you play and what you like, that's how we're going to market to you. If you're somebody that comes in, you get $25 every time you come in, but you come 20 times a month, we're going to give you a couple of free days out to come see us to try to thank you for your loyalty. If somebody plays $200 every time they come out, but they come out 1 time a week, we're going to market to them to try to get them to start coming out 2 times a week. That's going to be our focus for them. So based on those play patterns, how you're going to build your offers. We're really going to focus on creating value in the players' database, making sure that when people get that card, there's value to it. We're going to give them hot seat entries to drawings. That's how we're going to get them to use the card. And there's other ways we can do this. I've actually been cross-branding and we've done gas stations. Actually in Hollywood, Florida, Seminole, Hard Rock in Florida, their #1 redemption is the gas station reservation for points. We actually made it so that the gas pumps could actually accept points. So people would actually drive, they could say, you know what, might not have won today, but at least I got that. That's the type of stuff that we do. So on marketing, what is it we're going to try to improve? We're going to have a 12-month. We're going to plan it out, what our 12-month spend is. We're going to buy ads in bulk. We're going to go to an ad agency. We're going to buy the ads in bulk and we're going to schedule it out. Promotions calendar. We're going to let our guests know in advance with a monthly mailer that goes out the last week of the previous month what all is going to be on next month, and that is going to tell them all the events we have come up in 3 days. So one of the things that's interesting is everybody keeps pushing to digital. Everybody keeps pushing to digital, and we need to be a digital company. But because most of our clientele is in their 50s and 60s. That's who your usual target gambler is. They actually still like getting mail. So we're going to send physical mail. Another area that we need to focus on is getting the word out. How do you get the word out? One of the areas that a lot of trust is created is through sponsored DJs. People that are in our clientele typically drive to work and they drive home. We typically go to those DJs, we sponsor their time. We say, okay, talk about us with free talk time, and we actually pay for those ads, part of our advertising strategy. To ensure a positive gaming experience, there's a lot of things that we can't be today, okay? There's a lot of limitations, right? We don't have the big resort today. Will come, Rob will talk about that after me, but there's what can we do today? And when I was in North Carolina, and I had 46 trailers stuck together. There was 3 things that we said we could control. We could be safe, we could be clean, and we could be friendly. That's the stuff that we can control. Those are where we have to get to employee buy-in and make sure they understand. People want to go somewhere where they know they're safe. Remember, these are typically older people. They want to be safe. They want the place to be clean, especially with post-COVID. And we're going to make sure we get good customers. Establishing this multi-faceted plan will lead to the increased revenues in current operations. Like I said, I've been doing this for 20 years. These are tried and true. There's nothing here that is unique and so forth. We just have 20 years of experience to back it up. Seminole, Tribal Florida, this is how we started. You know, we've built this up, and we built the resorts, and allowed for more people. So it's just building upon it. Next steps is outline the RFP. Our goal is enter into a consulting agreement so we get started up as soon as we get the agreement, so we get going. We want to plan to engineer an interim loan. We want to refresh the facilities, make them clean, safe, friendly to come in. The loan that we're going to work on for you is, Mike mentioned earlier, that Brian mentioned earlier, we're going to be the ones that try to bring the money. And the one thing I want to make sure that we walk away from this is when you say, I have 20 years of experience, I'm going to be the guy that's going to oversee this. Okay? I'll work with your team, train them. This is what I do for everybody. So I want to make sure you actually will have a qualified casino manager approved by the NIGC on other occasions. That's going to be working with. Now that I talked about where we are today and what we're going to be working on, I'm going to turn it over to Rob McIntyre, our VP of Finance and Business Operations. He's going to lead me into the future. Figure it out. Thank you.
Thanks very much. By way of introduction, my name is Rob McIntyre. I'm a CPA, 35-year career in hospitality and healthcare, land development. In my career, I've also had the honor and the privilege of working with a number of First Nations throughout Canada. I've worked on programs, worked on health and wellness, and economic development. So I really appreciate your time and I'm very pleased to be with you. So what Mike was talking about there, obviously, is the focus of this RFP. What can we do with the 3 existing properties, 3 existing casinos? How can we maximize revenue from that? From Maple Leaf's perspective, kind of see all of that as phase 1. Phase 2 is to work together with the Seminole Nation, build the Seminole Nation Casino Resort. Our corporate mission is to create world-class entertainment resort experiences to provide lasting economic benefits to the communities that we operate in. So why is that important to us? We know that for us to do well, for us to thrive, we need to make sure that our partners have an opportunity to thrive. That means revenue, that means opportunities, that means jobs. The resort concept obviously focused on the I-40 Seminole Casino, but it's a multifaceted approach. Each one of these is a home. We've got hotels. We'll be building 3-star, 4-star, and 5-star experiences. A water park featuring a large 300 yards plus lagoon, multifunction, feature food and beverage, cabanas around, but also capable of producing waves for kids to play in, right up to international surf competitions with a 7-foot wave and a 30-second ride. We're looking at an outlet, bringing international shopping experiences, Seminole, football academy, 18-hole championship golf course, convention center, a place here in Seminole to meet and hold functions. Health and wellness is a part of it. Medical, some medical services on the side. Food and beverage. A very important key part of this is the culture. So in our plans is to build on Seminole land adjacent to the casino, a cultural center where the nation can meet and discuss, and we can also have tourist experience there, bringing people in and telling you a unique story that visitors come by. We're also planning to incorporate film studios that provide content to the global insatiable demand for content. All of this presented in very tech-forward manner. So how does this work? And any one of these components is a great reason for people to come to enjoy. When we put 2 and 3 together, they both feed into each other and draw from each other. And we end up with a resort where people not only come to, but they come and they stay. Come and they stay again, and they play together. All of that obviously feeds into visitation on site, which then leads into revenue through that casino. The other interesting piece is, as Mike was pointing out, a number of the marketing opportunities that he has today. We'll be giving him an arsenal of marketing opportunities and targeted data to be able to market and bring people specifically for what interests them. So in the specifics of what we're planning to build, over 75,000 square feet casino floor, 100 table games, 2,500 slots, 50 poker tables. We're looking at the full Las Vegas style experience right here in Seminole. When we look at a property, it's a bit hard to see them, but when we look at a property, we look at a potential property, we look at a lot of factors, we boil them down into 5 segments. We look into the market, we look into the what have I got? We look at the specific property. The finance, the governance, the relationship. Well, the relationships is very important. Obviously, we're looking for good partners with good governance. And that's what we found here in Seminole. Looking for leaders in those partners that are progressive, that are visionary, that can see beyond what's today. When we, the destination, if you look, we're very centrally located. Here, they're obviously drawing from Oklahoma City, from Tulsa, Texas, but also drawing nationally. And as we build the casino out, drawing internationally, a reason to come to Seminole from anywhere in the world. All of this is presented in a very technology forward manner. That allows us to tailor the experience for each individual guest. We can leverage live experiences. So part of what we're building is an amphitheater or to bring in music and entertainment experiences. We can leverage those globally through technology. In resort biometric access, so that your room may well just be the palm of your hand. But that'll allow you to move freely amongst the resort and spend your money very easily, keep track of the kids. A unique feature to our plan is the film and media component. This comprises the building sound stages and producing content for global demand. Now, there are three components we need for a successful film and media component. We need good legislation, good tax incentives. We need cutting-edge studios, and we need crew. We need well-trained crew. So we have in Oklahoma a very good tax incentive program through the state government. We have exceptional partners in building sound stages. And the missing piece is the crew. And we plan to work with local colleges and universities to train local staff in these high-paying jobs, these high-paying and much sought-after jobs that are also quite mobile. Sustainability is a very important pillar to what Maple Leaf does. This is economic sustainability and environmental sustainability. That comes down to how we build, to building smart, building the construction materials, very important, but also how we build, maximizing sunlight in the winter, reduce heating costs, having shade and shelter in the summer to minimize cooling costs. It also works in golf course design. Designing a golf course in a way that we can preserve the animals, the flowers, and fauna in the design of that course. They can work into the roughs and water features, make them friendly to the native. In operations, what that means is renewable energies, wind, solar, geothermal, rainwater collection. All of these components build to not only an economically sustainable model, but also an environmental. Our aim is to be very good stewards of the land. We partner with local construction, local management, to create a local economic ecosystem, sustainable as well as spin-off banks and ancillary businesses. And we self-regulate above industry standards, all designed to be a good corporate and environmental citizen. Our development roadmap is quite aggressive. We have been quietly doing some work around to secure some properties. Our aim is to be into the ground with shovels in 2020. Now, you've met some of our Oklahoma team. Our corporate team is equally impressive. Senior advisors have some pedigree from Canaccord Genuity, Goldman Sachs, and Credit Suisse. See that our corporate advisors are very heavily weighted to international banking and finance. That's because a key part of any development of this size is securing capital. And amongst our team, we've raised tens of billions of dollars. Yeah, so our partners apart from our board, our partners include some of the top partners around the world. IMG, Live Nation, some household names. We shop from the top shelf. We get the best of the best to work together to bring really a unique experience. Now, all of this is, as I said, phase two. The RFP is, of course, focusing on what we can do with the existing three. But I thought it would be fair to share with you our plans for how we can not only help today, tomorrow, but also into the future. And we very much look forward to working with the Seminole Nation.
Thank you, Rob. Yep. So I'm so committed to this project that I bought a house in Seminole. So I'm hoping to move here sometime over the winter. If we're fortunate enough to be the successful respondent for the RFP, we'll see. Leave that in your hands. One member of our team that can't be here today is a guy named Jonah Luke. So Jonah is a technology expert and a film expert. He's produced about 50 movies. So we're going to have Jonah chime in from live video.
Hi, my name is Jonah Luke. I'm the Chief Technology Officer. Thank you all, and Chief Johnson, for the opportunity to introduce myself as part of the meeting. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person, but my latest feature film has gotten in the way. I had the good fortune of my career over the last 28 years, primarily in image tech in feature film. Early on in my career, I was able to create some of the founding tech that's still driving most video games, in every feature film, every theme park ride film, and still life industry. I've delivered over 50 films to the major studios in my career, from a visual effects supervisor to a writer, to a director, producer, and everything you can imagine. Worked with Tom Cruise, Tom Hanks, Jason Statham, Neeson. And of course, my personal favorites, and the list goes on. Additionally, I've had the fortune of being able to personally advise over 250 different technology startups or various different investment groups. I've had my team prepare a flyover type of park we would like to create here. We did this in-house prior to the involvement of filming or our restaurant. We're excited to share this with you. Thank you very much.
So that's just a sneak preview of what we're hoping to build here, right here in Seminole. And Paul Steelman has not weighed in, neither of the master planners. So it may be even more spectacular than that. That was just created in-house by our rendering team. I wanted to take a moment to just sum up our project. We don't have a lot of time, and talk about what I think the benefits might be for the great Seminole Nation. So the first is obviously enhanced gaming revenue. As Mike pointed out, even at the get-go, before we were able to bring that huge project online, we think we can double your earnings right away, maybe do a little bit better than that. And that's using your existing facility. The second is international prestige. Once this big resort comes online, you will be the equal of any Indian gaming concern in the world. So you'll be up on a par with the Choctaw, the Chickasaw, the Mohegans, or even the Hard Rock. We're going to build something of that caliber and of that first class, reputation. The third is cultural sensitivity. We're extremely respectful. We would like the opportunity to have a cultural center so that visitors that come through the resort, we're expecting between 10 and 15,000 visitors a day. They'll have a place where they can go and learn about the great culture and the history and the legacy of the Seminole Nation. So that's very important to us. Third is tribal training and education. So we're really banking on prioritizing employment of Seminole tribe members and Native members. And we've already started laying the groundwork with the University of Oklahoma, Lana Reynolds over at Seminole State College to build purpose-built training academies. We're going to have a bunch of divisions, and we need people to run those divisions. So we're going to have good paying jobs, but we really want to train people up so they can start managing those divisions, whether it's retail, entertainment, filming, gaming, hospitality, and recreation. Those are all going to need division managers, and we would like nothing better than see those roles filled by Seminole tribe members. So we'll do whatever we can to prioritize that. The third is tribal employment. I mean, we're talking about 4,700 construction jobs. Once we put shovels in the ground, that's going to create a lot of opportunity. And then once we're operational, we're thinking we might have 7,000 jobs on site. So those are going to be good paying jobs. To give you an idea, the average job on a film shoot is $107,000 a year. The average average annual salary in Seminole County is $27,000. We can better that. We will improve that. We'll have. The sixth is actually economic uplift. Creating a small city. If we have 10 to 15,000 tourists, 7,000 employees, we're talking about a city of 20,000 people. So we're going to anticipate wastewater treatment, water resources, a substation for our electric needs, trying to power it with renewables. So all of that is going to mean a huge economic uplift for this region, the whole. So that means that all around there will be economic opportunities. I'm not sure we're going to be able to do the laundry for the hotels and restaurants. We may need transportation. We may need groundskeepers or people to maintain the place. That could be opportunities for businesses here in Oklahoma. So I think that could be another benefit for the tribe. So we have I guess 15 minutes. I wanted to open the floor to questions you may have. I'm going to let Mike Amon, our chairman, field the questions. And while we do that, I thought I'd put our internal code of conduct on the screen so you can just, read that at your leisure, because it's important that we do well, but that we do right. Very important to us. So, Mike, you want to field questions first? Any questions?
Thanks. Hi.
Representative Cooper.
Hi. Hi, Brian. Are you from Trader? Naples, I thought so. How's Curtis? Curtis goes to over Grace and all that? Oh, did they? I talked to James Finley last night, and he was saying that he was sitting on his porch smoking cigar. Yeah, I tell you, his wife at 16 or something, he was going up to 80 or something. So anyway, I just want to say that in Florida, when they started that bingo thing, and that's where it all the casino came into. And I started with them. So I've been with the Seminole tribe of Florida for many years. I've worked in the gaming. James Billy formed a management team. We've been all over setting up different tribes on the bingo side. And then later, you know, I'm back, I work for them in the gaming side. And so I've been with the gaming from day one, and then I came back to Oklahoma. This is my tribe. I started, I'm at this bingo for the tribe for 5 years. And then I got another contract with Proper Property for 5 years. And things, when I got my contract with the tribe here, the NIDC was just putting regulations in place and not in place in order to regulate it, you know. So my contract was signed off by the actor. So I did that. I've been in a long time. I was regulated, and right now I work on the tribe at the company, gaming commission. So tribe gaming is very neat. It's all the things y'all are mentioning. They are important. The training is the important thing of our tribe. Our tribe needs have the benefit of being trained in the right way so that they can all see. And all the things that I see, it's good to dream real big, dream about things getting better. But the environment is a difference. You have to study the environmental as well. And the areas are some of the areas that you have. It's not like Oklahoma, like Florida. Yeah, you got a tourist attraction place. I go to a lot of these casinos, and there are a lot of things that can be improved. But we have to have people just like I said, trained so that they don't look for how to manage people that are speaking. And if you don't have those things, so, yeah, I do keep in touch with the Forest Seminole chief. I thought the disciple was still the chief of the trail, and I find out that he got voted out. So, but, yeah. But anyway, nice to hear all of you talking. But there are so many things that, you know, that brings back the memory to me because I have learned my skills and experience. So I'm 87 years old, so I'm hanging. So dollars moving up. All right. I can hang on. So as I say, you know, there's a lot of things that we have to look at, the environmental and the feasibility. Those two things are important. And so the Florida is so different. It's over. That's what you say.
Thank you. Representative Jeffries.
We're going to talk about main focus would be how to see location, realizing that we only have 3 acres that are in trust up there. How what's the workaround on that?
Yes, I can answer that. We've optioned over 1,000 acres. Option purchased, so we could buy them adjacent to the three.
Oh, it's a 3 acres. It's in trust right now.
Yeah, they're attached.
We're planning to, for the moment, we're planning to restrict ourselves to that 3.3 acres for the new build out. If the adjacent land, the 13 acres pops into trust, we can get that converted into gaming and we may look moving the casino down to 13 acres. But we do plan to build the major casino on that 3.3 acres.
During the constructive. But I was really, I'm ready to blow away, so everybody can work with me on 40. So they should be out of the job.
Yeah, well, we've discussed that internally, and we will remunerate those employees so that there's no loss of salary, and we will remunerate the tribe so that that revenue is, I think we talked with Michael Dizio. He's pretty confident he can get the revenues up at the 2 other casinos to the point where you actually won't lose any revenue if you take the I-40 offline for a while. So, but we'll make sure that the employees there are looked at. Yes, sir.
All right. Right. Okay, first of all, I thank the gentleman for coming back and sharing. It was a nice presentation. And, I see y'all have a lot of potential. My question is on the I-40 area. Yeah, it's a busy trucking area. And the plans to reach out to these truckers to continue to come. You know, they park in there, they go in and play. And, you know, they basically is working there to stop. I was one of the 30 plans, you know, for them. And my second question is, we have 2 smaller casinos, the Wolf and Compound, you know, they're small, very small. What are the plans for them? That's just small. So I think it's
This one better? Yeah, much better. So truckers are great because they do carry a lot of cash. Truckers gamble. You do have truck parking though, which is great. One of the areas that we're talking about is,
Listen with the ears.
and I'm going to speak to I-40 and then I'll answer your second question. So when you come off the I-40, when you take the right and then you take the second right, your parking is real elongated and the truckers are in the back, which is great. But what it does is there's not enough parking there that for that. So right across the street, that's the, what was that one that you talked to? Canadian Power Company. Canadian Valley, picking up some of that acreage right across there so you have a parking crosswalk right there. So that it's closer to the front door. That has to become your main entrance. Great example, we went there yesterday, parked in the front where the gas station was. We tried to go through the gas station. Very, very pleasant young lady. She goes, "I'm sorry, sir, if you're a casino guest, you have to leave, you have to go park out the back." Great. Very, very pleasant young lady, but maybe not the right answer for a casino guest that you're in your line on this. So really what we would have to do on that 40 is focus the entrance, put a second pylon sign at the entrance, kind of like a second grand entrance, have the actual signage in the main entrance coming through the front. It's a nice entrance, it just needs to be worked a little bit, and maybe a little more parking for some guests closer on that green area from the Canadian Valley. With regards to the other 2 casinos, what we need to do is, by the way, the one that was in River Mist, very, very pleasant experience there, very good people. So it was great to talk to. One of the things that we will do with those 2 satellite casinos is when you run your giveaways and everything, you'll run them off of I-40, okay? But you will link it to your other 2 locations. So let's say you want to do a F-150 giveaway, right? I gave away an F-150 by Carolina. Great truck, top, you know, it's the most sought truck in the United States. The winner doesn't have to be the F-150. All your card has to do is be in the machine and you're in your entries. So you can link all 3 casinos together with the same promotional calendar. There's nothing saying it has to be that. So in other words, what we're saying is link it all together, work it as one operation. Don't have this, that. Even though your local people will be happy going where it's a shorter drive, it doesn't mean they have to be cut out. Did I answer your question sufficiently? I don't think there's an expansion plan for that. I think the main focus has to be, we just have to supplement it with additional marketing. We want to be respectful of your time, so we've got about 2 minutes. So I want to want to thank Chief Johnson, Chief Palmer, you members of the General Council, Mr. Shepard, Mr. Giles, and Mr. Gibbs, members of the Seminole Nation Gaming Enterprises, and all of you today for giving us this opportunity to share our project with you. And, if there are follow-up questions, we will respond. We'll either come back into town and do a follow-up session, or we can do it by email. We'll let Mr. Shepard and Mr. Giles organize that. So we want to thank you very much. I think we had till 11:15, so we want to be respectful. Is that good, sir? Okay. All right. Thank you very much, folks.
That's amazing. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. We have about a 10-minute preparation time with each presenter. So next presenter is coming up will be Warner Gaming. And we'll get started at 11:25. So if you need to run to the restroom quickly, you can do that now. Grab your cup of coffee. Do that as well.
Is there any way we can get the presentation on those slides, put on the so we can put the numbers?
Gentlemen, from Maple Leaf, one of the council representatives asked, can we have a presentation and place it on our council portal? It will be viewed by the general council, so they can do it as a reference. Is that allowable? Right, sounds good, then. I'll just get it to this young lady here, Joni, who's the council secretary. She'll put that. Thank you.
Get out here. Let me look at that first. Yeah, we were trying to figure that out.
My biggest thing is, is there a camera? They take the camera out. Exactly.
Yeah, I've seen that too.
Go, sir. Hi, good. How are you guys?
Pretty good.
What do you got here? Just got a PowerPoint.
Okay.
So
If you want to set your laptop just down here.
wait.
You
Have power?
yeah, we got all this.
No.
Test.
Okay, if we can have all the council begin to take their seats, we're going to get started with the next presenter. That way we can try to stay on track and keep on time, all possible. And they're here. They're ready to be able to present. Not simultaneously? Yeah. Sing in harmony or something. Okay, if it, oh yeah, that's a lot better. Thank you very much. Okay, if everyone start taking their seats, we're going to get started with the next presenter. And for the sake of them, having their whole time to be able to present, let's everybody get seated so we can move ahead. Thank you for your patience. Okay. All right, this is presentation number 2. As those that are not council representatives begin to leave the floor. That's my nice way of saying it. Thank you. We appreciate everybody coming out. We will be serving lunch, so everybody stay around. We're going to have plenty of food, apparently. We expected a larger group of Seminole members to be here live, so we have a large lunch coming, so everyone stay around. You can have seconds, yes. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started here. This gaming company is called the Warner Gaming, so they will introduce themselves, and their presentation is up at this time. Gentlemen?
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Bill Warner with Warner Gaming. I want to start out by just saying thank you for the time. Really appreciate the opportunity to present to the tribe. As we go through the presentation, a couple of my team members are going to introduce themselves. But with the, I guess we'll just start out with the first slide. Is there a clicker or how do I want to? Okay, so during the presentation, I'm going to give you an overview of Warner Gaming. We're going to talk about our experience in operating and developing casinos, not only commercial casinos, but specifically in Indian gaming. We'll walk through our view of the competitive Oklahoma market, and then we'll also talk through what we believe are some of the opportunities for your properties. So I started Warner Gaming in 2008. I worked in the gaming industry since 1993, so a little over 30 years now. I started with a company called Station Casinos. I started with Station when they had one property. We grew from 1 to 17 properties, operated in the highly competitive Las Vegas locals market, built up that company not only with large, beautiful resorts, but also smaller, more modest casinos. So we catered to different markets all throughout the Las Vegas Valley and even outside of Las Vegas, and in different sizes and against different levels of competition, and master planned every one of those casinos so that as we opened them up, started operating them, we understood how we were going to continue to expand them and build them. And that's how I then started Warner Gaming and built that business the same way. So I've been involved in over $2 billion in casino development, built 12 casinos from the ground up in various roles with Station Casinos and with Warner Gaming. Been licensed in 29 different jurisdictions, so very familiar. Even though Station Casinos was primarily Las Vegas based, operated in 29 different jurisdictions in different levels of market competition. So very familiar with coming into a new market and assessing that market and figuring out what the best way to generate the return on investment for the owner. So with me today, I've got, starting over here, Todd Abbott, Senior VP of Compliance, Bob Sopchak, Senior Vice President of Gaming Operations, and Jody Lake, who's our Chief Operating Officer. My view with building Warner Gaming was to take a group of operating executives as strong as the large gaming companies and apply them to situations just like this, because I felt like if you could take a team of highly seasoned executives and work with owners who are in a situation like yourselves, we could create a great return for you guys and a great business for ourselves. We'll click through one more, please. So relevant experience, just to give you some of the background of the tribes we've worked with or the casinos we've worked with in the past. Avi Resort, it's in Laughlin. Laughlin's a highly competitive market in southern Nevada. Avi is not on the Laughlin Strip. It's a little bit off the beaten path. And we walked into that relationship with a tribe who was running a casino. They hadn't had very good management prior. We worked with them over 5 years, created a very, very strong turnaround to their operations. And we left within 5 years, but over those 5 years, created a path for them to be successful for decades to come. When we went into that property, we had to sit back, take some time. We did the same thing as we're proposing here, where we consulted for a period of time. During that consulting period, we took the time then to really understand the customers, really understand the tribe and what the tribe's priorities were, and then work with the tribe to create a plan to then master plan change to that property to create the right outcome. It's tough when you go into a property. We couldn't go in there day one and say, here are the 5 things you need to do, because you can't presume what somebody needs or what a market needs until you really get in and start working with it to understand the nuances of that market. Every market's different. Every customer base is different. Every competitor is different. And the owners have different priorities. So we took the time to try to understand all those balances and then present a solution that we think works for everybody. Spokane Tribe Casino. We worked with the Spokane Tribe for 7 or 8 years. Prior to their ability to build a casino, we went through the whole federal process to get them to have the ability to build a casino on what was already trust land. Once we got through that process, we opened up a 500-machine casino, 500-machine casino with 1 restaurant. The competitor that was closer to the population had 1,600 machines, 6 or 7 restaurants, a hotel, parking garage, entertainment venue. But with those 500 machines in that 1 restaurant, we created an experience so unique for the customer that we're now within 5 years on the 3rd expansion of that property. So the property at the end of this expansion is going to have 1,000 slot machines. It's going to have 174 rooms. It's going to have an entertainment venue. It's going to have multiple restaurants. But again, we got in with the tribe, opened up in a market, understood the customer, understood the needs of the market, and now we've successfully expanded the property multiple times, and they're going to be in a great spot over the next several years. Other properties, built the Hard Rock Hotel Casino in Sioux City ground up. That turned into a fantastic success. Coming into a market that was already a mature market, competed very aggressively and again, created a great success. That one I was actually an owner, and I sold my interest a few years ago, but worked out really well. Into the Mountain Gods. So the Mescalero Apache tribe, back in 2007-8. It's no secret it was a public company, had some financial troubles. They brought us in. We still work with them today. It's been a 13, 14-year relationship. They have a travel center, which is a 400 machine casino with a gas station, basic restaurant, and then they have a beautiful resort. We've taken them over the last 13, 14 years to the point now where they're financially independent, they're highly successful, and we're still working with them and have a great relationship. And then we managed the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas for roughly 10 years as well. That property was in a big problem when we went in there. They had regulatory issues. They had just received a $600,000 fine from the Nevada Gaming Commission. We went in there, cleaned up the entire operation. We went through multiple capital projects to fix the facility and make it run properly, and we got a great return for the owners. Then I think I walked you through already this part of it, but I was with Station Casinos. And again, I think the most important thing is we look at the opportunity you have. Your I-40 casino is sitting in a great location, can be a lot more than it is today. And looking at the competition, I think there's a huge opportunity to step that property up and sit side by side with the competitors that are on I-40 and in that area. But that's what I've done my whole career, is figure out with Station Casinos and then through Warner Gaming, how to take a property, position it against the competition, how to expand it, and create the best outcome for the owners. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Jody Lake.
Good morning. Thanks for welcoming us in this morning. We appreciate it. So why Warner Gaming? Well, before that, I'll tell you who I am. My name is Jody Lake. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Warner Gaming. I've been with Warner Gaming for 11 years. Been in the gaming industry for 25 years. I've worked in locals market in Las Vegas. I worked in the competitive resort market. I ran the Hard Rock for 8 years. The last 8 years of its life in Las Vegas. Operated in different markets throughout the country, Missouri, Iowa. Currently operate in Spokane, Washington, and New Mexico. And our team's been, in other states outside of that. So very familiar with operating in other markets, not just Las Vegas. We've learned a lot from Las Vegas. Learned a whole lot, very competitive, different markets even within the city. And that's really taught us what we've learned to be able to apply it to these other opportunities that we've had. But really, why Warner Gaming? I mean, this is what we do. We come in, we partner with tribes in just markets throughout the country. And we really come in with the objective and the goals of collaborating with the tribes to take your operations from good to great. That's what we do. We come up with a strategy, a plan. We come in, we have an exit plan, and our goal is to exit with the tribe in a much better position than when it started. And really proud of the operations that we've collaboratively and partnered on over the term of that agreement to continue to improve. As Bill mentioned, just one real quick example, Laughlin, fantastic opportunity for us, a project that we took and had a 7-year relationship with them, and ultimately we tripled their cash flows. So it was a great story. But why Warner Gaming? We come into this relationship learning what matters to you and position each property accordingly. Every property and every market is very unique, and we respect that and understand that, and we approach this relationship from that perspective. We approach things from a perspective of really 5 key points. We focus on our internal service. We focus on the team members. We make sure our wages are competitive, our benefits are competitive. We make sure our team members have great training programs so we can retain them. Especially today, it's hard to hire people. We want to make sure we're retaining our great team members. But we want to retain and we want to continue to cultivate the team members that we have. And that's going to help us drive more hires. So that's the first thing we focus on. We focus on our external service, which is our guests. We provide a great guest experience, great service, and by doing all those things and creating those touch points, we're going to drive more visitation, which drives more money to through the property and more income for the casino. We focus on the safety and security of our facilities. Guests and team members, staff, they want to be in a safe and secure place. That's very important, and those are the things that we focus on. We focus on the financial results and the financial performance. We look at that every day. We look at our financial performance throughout the day. We've got reports and different metrics that we look at. all of our marketing efforts and our slots and the machines that we put on the floor, all those things will flow into our financial performance. And we look at that and we teach our team how to look at that, and we share those results with our team. Then finally, we make sure we've got a focus on our facilities. The facility needs to be clean, needs to be inviting, it needs to be fresh. The property is closed down at night. It gives us the opportunity to refresh the property and really make it shine in the morning when we reopen. So those are the 5 real key elements that we focus on, and everything kind of wraps in and flows up through those things. We're very strong at operating in diverse markets. You know, we're based in Las Vegas, but all of our partnerships now are elsewhere. The Las Vegas experience has really helped us apply what we do everywhere we operate. We understand how to operate properties of various sizes relative to the competition. You know, we've been the biggest and we've been the smallest, and those experiences we've drawn from them. We've hired staff members that work for our team that come from big properties and small properties, and that helps us apply those things that we've learned to make better results out of the properties that we partner with. We're seasoned at quickly improving financial results and driving performance to new levels. We review our results daily. We react quickly, not at the end of the month. We've got so many analytical reports and tools that we are going to bring in and provide to the properties and the teams, so that, number one, we can teach and educate the leaders to be better leaders and more educated on how to drive better results. But we're going to do those things every day. We don't ever take our eyes off the wheel. We are going to be 100% focused on driving better results for the 3 properties. We position the properties to compete in the markets. We don't come in and say, this is the way it's going to be. That's not how we operate. We observe, we listen, we ask questions, we respect the goals of the tribe, and we integrate all of that into how we operate. We survey our guests. I saw the surveys that were at the properties, the handwritten surveys. We do that. We have electronic versions of that. I read them every day. Bill reads them every day. Bob reads them. And Todd, we read them every day. The tribal council members of the other tribes, they read those comments. And that's how we improve our properties, by actually listening. We don't come in and say, this is the way it's done in Las Vegas. We do it the way it needs to be done here. We create fun, energized gaming floors that attract new and repeat customers. We're going to bring an entertainment element that's going to create a buzz in the market. These are entertainment facilities. People want to come in here. They want to have fun. They want to be entertained. They want to spend time on the property. We want them to spend more time on the property. Our experiences at the Hard Rocks that we've owned and operated, just to be able to leverage the relationships that we've had through the Hard Rock, through the entertainers, the entertainment industry, to be able to provide the opportunities and the options at these properties. They don't have to be large, full-scale properties to be able to do these things. You know, we can start to introduce these opportunities to create more experience, more energy, and just more fun environments to get people to want to not just stay longer, but to come back. Those are the things that we do. We focus on being market leaders by driving market share. You know, we really focus on our direct marketing, our database, our marketing efforts, the offers we provide our guests, to make sure that we're giving the right people the right offers, that we're giving them reasons to want to come back. That's going to drive more guests through the doors. We're not always going to be the market leader. Well, we want to improve our market share. We want to drive increased visitation, repeat trips, and that's going to help drive more income and more profits to the properties and to the tribe. We evaluate our competitors relentlessly to ensure we're at the leading edge of what customers are looking for. Our competitors are very competitive here. They're very smart. There's great resorts around this market, great properties. There's a lot of properties here that are doing a lot of great things. We have to approach them and say, hey, you know, these guys are doing great things. Let's do what they're doing great and try to do it better. That's how we improve the properties. And all of our competitors are smart. They're smart operators. We focus on the safety and security of our guests and team members. That's important. People want to go where it's safe and secure. They don't want to go where it's not. We integrate our reporting and analytics platforms to drive improved financial results on a daily basis. This is important. We bring all the tools and all the reports and all the capabilities, the analytics to our relationships. And those are things that we provide, and you have an opportunity to utilize those going forward, even when we're gone. So those are things that are going to help to make sure that you stay on that path to success as the property continues to operate. We ensure our properties are clean, safe, well lit and inviting. And we provide training to elevate tribal members to become leaders of the business. This tribe is very large. There's no reason that the tribe should have to go outside and recruit leaders. We're going to train the leaders. We're going to develop leaders to be leaders within the gaming enterprise, so that you don't have to go recruit outside of the tribe. So as we go through the market assessment, so this map just really shows how the three properties sit in relation to the market. Obviously, the core market's Oklahoma City, but each property has its own unique market. Just looking at, these are 30-mile rings that have been drawn around the properties, so you can kind of see how number one, how they overlap and share. We share a lot of customers between the three properties, which is important to understand. It's important to understand the market, where we are positioned in relation to it. Helps us to more efficiently manage marketing spend by understanding the population areas that feed each property. Leverage the three locations to be a competitive advantage versus the competitors. So to be able to take our database and our marketing and our players club and really advertise these three properties as Seminole Nation Casino, I-40, Seminole Nation, Woboka, Seminole Nation, River Mist, is going to start to create more synergies and tie these three properties together from a promotions perspective, and to get guests the opportunity to play within these three properties a little bit more frequently than maybe they are. And it's going to synergize our database. As we look at our primary target market, within 30 miles of the three properties, you can see how many 21 and over adults there are. This doesn't even count the 18 to 20-year-olds, but just looking at the 21 plus, there's over 100,000 21 and over adults around the Seminole Nation property within 30 miles, almost 100,000 within Woboka, and 74,000 within that range for River Mist. Over 50,000 households within 30 miles of the Seminole Nation. Woboka, 30 miles, there's almost 50,000. There's a lot of households. You can see the amount of household income that's feeding these properties. We've got a pretty robust market that's already there. We just got to tap into that more, drive more guest visitation, and get more, this will drive more income through your three properties. And then the traffic counts per day. I mean, there's a lot of people that are driving on these roads. We drove by all these properties several times, and the highways that feed the interstate, there's a lot of people driving by. We got to get more opportunities and create more reasons and more buzz for these guests to want to come off the interstate and off the highways and drive into and visit your properties. And then this just shows the competition. What's interesting is in relation to the I-40 casino, there's over 5,500 slot machines that our competitors have to the I-40 casino. That's a lot of slots. So you can see the competitors obviously acknowledge that there's a lot of population to draw from. They're seeing the same things that we're looking at. We just gotta figure out how to actively market and start to pull more of those players into each of these competitive trade zones and into these properties of the three locations. But the good thing is that there's a lot of population that feeds these properties. And then just really looking at the top competitors, which I'm sure you're all familiar with, but you got everything here from a full-scale resort that could compete in Las Vegas with the Grand Hotel. It's a beautiful place. They've got a lot of great amenities there. Fire Lake Blackhawk, Ada, they're all really nice, well-appointed properties. But the one big takeaway is they've got a lot of new slots, new amenities. These are all things that can be integrated into the existing operations today without spending a lot of capital to get these properties, really repositioned and competing more head-to-head and on a larger scale with these properties. So the opportunities are there, but as we look at the properties, we spend as much time in the competitors' doors shopping their properties and what they do great, so we can understand what's moving people to these different properties. That's how we drive better results for the properties that we operate. I think I'm turning it over to Todd now. Talk about compliance.
Thanks, Jody. Move over to this side there. Again, yeah, hi, I'm Todd, Senior Vice President of Regulatory Compliance. I have worked for the company for 11 years alongside with Jody and came from the Nevada Gaming Control Board, where I previously worked in the investigations division. And in the investigations division, we process background checks on individuals and companies who want a casino license in Nevada. And in doing that, as you can imagine, you get to know which companies and which individuals have the highest level of respect by the regulators. And so I could tell you that Warner Gaming absolutely has the utmost respect for having integrity with the Nevada regulators. And it's a big reason why I chose to come work for the company. And I want to congratulate you for putting compliance as something that's important to you. In your instructions for this request for proposals, compliance was the second thing listed in the consulting arrangement, and I think that's a good thing. Next slide, please. So I just have a few quotes up here, really just talking to the integrity and reputation of the company. Andrea Balkan is an executive with the company that owned the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas. Valerie Redhorse got to know Bill and Warner Gaming while working with the Mescalero Apache tribe in New Mexico. And Steve Ducharme is a former chairman of the Nevada Gaming Control Board, and obviously got to know us well in our operations in Las Vegas. Next slide, please. So there are a ton of compliance subsets, topics that I could discuss. I'm just going to key in on a few important ones. Obviously, gaming. You heard Bill has been licensed in 29 jurisdictions. This is a list of jurisdictions where the company has been licensed recently. It kind of shows you the broad spectrum from federal to state to tribal, but ultimately the fundamentals are the same. And I'm proud to say that no tribal property that we have managed at the time during our management has received any sort of fine or notice of violation with the NIGC. And our compliance function is supported by a whole team. It's not just me. That includes our vice president of finance, who is an expert in understanding government accounting standards and how they apply to tribal casinos. Our vice president of technology, who is a veteran in the casino industry. He's opened many casinos, set up networks, and an expert in casino technology. Next slide. I also included AML compliance. AML stands for anti-money laundering. I included this because this is a federal law known as Title 31, and it applies to every casino across the country, including tribal casinos. And I could tell you that the federal government lays down some heavy-handed penalties if you don't comply. So I felt it was an important thing to hit on because we do have a program that makes sure that you would be in compliance with every aspect of the regulation, but also to be sure that you're up on the latest and greatest in terms of best practices, which are evolving regularly, I can tell you that. Next slide. So we do respect that any decision to serve alcohol is entirely up to you. I want to make that clear. But if you do decide to serve alcohol, I can tell you we'll be your best partner for doing it responsibly. We have operated multifaceted resorts with multiple bars, restaurants, 24/7 operations in places like Las Vegas, places like Iowa, where they have very strict dram shop laws that hold you accountable for everything you serve to your customer, which, to be honest, is how we operate anyway. And we found that the best practice really is to make sure that you're creating a culture where everyone cares for the guest, and ultimately everyone has that responsibility to watch out for our guests. Next slide, please. So last 3 slides for my section here are just letters. I realize you may not be able to read those, so I'm happy to provide copies if you'd like, but I just wanted to kind of demonstrate some of the folks we've worked with, particularly in law enforcement. We make it a point that whenever we're managing a casino, we work hand in hand with local law enforcement and community stakeholders. This is a letter from Chief Bennett from Airway Heights Police, where we have worked with the Spokane tribe for many years. Next slide is a letter from Sheriff Drew in Iowa, where we operated the Hard Rock in Sioux City. And the next one, Steve Ducharme, who I mentioned earlier, before joining the Gaming Control Board, he was actually had a decorated career with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department and became very familiar with our responsible operations of the Hard Rock in Las Vegas. So thanks with that. I'll turn it back over to Bill.
Yeah, so before, Jody's going to walk you through the recommendations we have. Before we do that, though, I kind of want to set it up. So today we're not going to present you a project. We're going to present you a plan with thoughts around how you can work towards the right project. You have a great opportunity on I-40, high visibility location. It deserves a lot more capital, a lot more attention. I've built a company off of fixing projects that were built too big or too much without the thought of what the customer needs. So, you know, as I've gone through in my 30 years, building projects, expanding projects, the one thing I know is you have to get in and operate and understand a market before you can presume anything's going to work. So what Jody's going to walk you through is the thoughts around how we can get in, work with you guys. I think the existing properties with very limited capital can be improved dramatically from a cash flow perspective. Then after we take time working with you, understanding the market, improving the properties, understanding the competition, we would come to you with a proposal as to what we thought the dream could be on I-40. The beauty is you own these opportunities forever. There's no rush to the finish line. I think the key is making sure you don't go too big too fast, because that's the only time gaming doesn't work. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jody. He's going to talk through the areas where we can see some immediate opportunity. And that's kind of how we would pitch working with you out of the gate and hopefully long term.
And Bill really said it right. I mean, we got to walk before we run, and that's important. We've worked with groups that said right out of the gate, we want a hotel, we want this, we want that. We want a big entertainment facility because they have one down the street. That's really not the right approach, as Bill said. Our approach would be to come in, sit down with the tribe, sit down with the leaders, the people that are actually operating there today, that are running these properties, that understand the properties, understand the guests, and figure out a plan collaboratively and start to get going, start to operate, get our hands dirty, and really understand what's working and what's not working. Make what's working work better, fix what's not working, or just don't do it anymore. But that's how we would propose coming in. A lot of the things that we would do, a lot of the things can be done in-house. And, you know, before we start spending money and deploying capital, and we really want to figure out what we can do in-house and leverage the in-house teams to get a lot of this stuff done. That's how we make a quick impact on how we, you know, how we can impact and affect a property. You know, curb appeal is a big thing. When people drive by, they want to make sure the place looks inviting and somewhere they want to go to. A lot of that stuff can be done very cheap, but it has a high impact on the ability to drive people into a resort, into a facility, into a property, and make it look and feel more inviting. Little things can be done by the people that are working there every day, and that's what we do. We leverage them, including ourselves. I mean, we're part of that solution, where it's not just us pointing the finger. We're part of the solution. So as we look at the high impact recommendations, the slide right before this one. So I'm gonna let Bob talk about the gaming floor, but Bob's very passionate about gaming, and I'll let him go through gaming, and we can talk through some of the other things.
Thank you, Jody. My name is Bob Supchak. I've been with Bill and the Warner team for about 8 years. Prior to that, I worked with Caesars Entertainment as their VP of gaming. I was responsible for Atlantic City and the Las Vegas Strip. And before that, I worked for Ameristar Casino for over 20 years. And as Jody said, I'm passionate. I love the gaming business. I'm a gambler myself, and I understand that it's kind of a threefold initiative. I focus on the people, the product, and the process. And not one of them is more important than the other. But we have a lot of folks that over the last 8 years we've brought up from a slot tech, and now they're a division leader. And the success of each individual is just as important as the success of the property. What we do on a daily basis is we continuously try to improve the product, the people, and the process. And there's a lot of opportunity. Our casinos, our industry is changing at the speed of light. Every day, new product is coming on board, new manufacturers, new game themes. And when I first started 30 years ago, we would do 4 or 5 conversions. There were 2 or 3 manufacturers. Now there's 20 manufacturers to choose from. So there's a lot of analytics. And you guys asked a great question in your survey. You ask, what machine or what theme or what product are we missing? And when you really focus on that, you can really change the outcome of how we're making decisions. We not only look at all the analytics, but we also look at, hey, what are players telling us that we're missing? Do we need more Keno machines? Do we need more poker machines? So it's an ever-changing environment. I also spend a lot of time on design, and I work with the property or the tribal leaders on how they actually want that casino to flow. I present several different layouts. I work with the tribal councils, and I say, hey, what about this or what about this? So it's really a group. It's really a group effort. When you start to look at we put in there slot chair, and everybody's going, well, why is that important? Really, the most important seat in our industry. To get those players to sit there and feel more comfortable, and we have to make sure that the slot chairs are not only well kept, but when you walk to a casino floor, that's almost 100% what you see as you walk through. I don't really have anything.
So Bob, just to be a little more direct, in walking through your casinos, there's a significant opportunity to reposition your slot floors, to relay them out, to get current gaming product on the floor, and to get a more comfortable gaming experience. That's our view. I think with spending very little capital, we can make a material change to your casino revenues quickly.
And as we go through like marketing, at all the properties that we've come into, we've worked with the marketing teams, and we've repositioned and relaunched the Players Club by looking at how we're reinvesting into our players, making sure we're reinvesting enough, making sure we're not reinvesting too much or too little. We right-size that, and by doing that, we create a whole new Players Club experience. These are things that don't cost any money. It just takes time. We come in. We're going to create promotions. By creating a promotion today, if you just had a motorcycle or an ATV on the floor, you're going that just doing something that simple, you go direct head to head with what Blackhawk's doing. So Right when you walk in, their property have got 3 ATVs, but those are the things the guest sees. It creates excitement, it creates buzz. You can do something like that. You can do it between the 3 properties, and all of a sudden you've activated all 3 properties with a marketing campaign. We're going to advertise a new product so the guests in the market know, hey, we just bought 20 new, Aristocrat machines or 20 new Konami or whatever the machines are we buy, so that they know what's in the market, the new Blueberry machines that you have on the floor. Those are the things that guests are looking for. We're going to let them know that. More giveaways. You guys right now, they're doing a lot of kiosk promotions, but to get more involved with the more larger promotions, in your face promotions to the guests are important. We're going to activate the marquee. We're going to put signage on the outside of the building so that guests say, hey, this is going on at River Mist as they drive by. Those are things that are going to be important and help to pull more guests in. As we look at capital projects.
Just real quick, Jody, just on the marketing side. So the marketing has an overall strategy as well. So there's elements to it where, and the reason he's mentioning promotions, the way you grow your database is you have the big splash promotions. So the whole idea is you take your marketing program, you cast the net with the big promotions, you feed your database, and then you use database marketing then to grow your revenues. So if you go to Blackhawk, you can see the number of promotions they have on a monthly basis is significant. Your properties aren't running any big promotions. So really what you're doing is just catering to the people who are already coming in the door. You're not introducing your property to new people. So you have to get those promotions out to cast the net to bring more people in so that then you can grow your database. Then when you put the slot product in the way that it should be positioned relative to the competition, they'll keep coming back, and you'll organically grow revenues and cash flow as a result of just those 2 things.
Yeah, and other thing is like just looking at the interiors, making them lighter and brighter. That's what guests like. You go to the competitors' properties, they like light and bright. That's what's it's more inviting. It just creates more energy. You can do that in-house. These are, again, in-house projects that we can deploy pretty quick. A lot of the properties had live entertainment just on a small little stage. There were a lot of people that were drawn to that. It creates another amenity, really a free amenity. It's incremental, just business that people are going to stay longer. So another easy thing to do. A great opportunity is develop a food program. When you go by River Mist, there seems like there's an opportunity there, or there's a need for more food in that area, in that market. There's an opportunity to create a food program there. You could even partner with a brand and let somebody bring a franchise in, let them do the work. But to have that off the highway is going to drive more people in. And then just having overhead music just creates such a buzz. It's such an easy thing to do. But in the properties that we manage and that we owned and operated, I mean, we put a lot of time and effort into the music. What guests like. On senior day, we make sure it's the appropriate music so that it's going to be more appealing, and just really focusing on those little things are going to create a lot of energy and a lot of buzz. These are just near-term recommendations, but there's really no reason you can't think bigger picture. We get going, like Bill said, we understand how the properties are operating, we drive better results, and then maybe it's time to expand the gaming floor. Maybe it's time to add another restaurant. Maybe then it becomes time to start thinking about a hotel. These are all things that can happen. But those are things that as we sit down and we'll develop a 5-year capital plan once we get going, and then that'll change over time. But that gives us some goals to start working towards and gives us some goals to start planning for with respect to how we deploy capital over the course of that time and that term. But there's no reason these properties can't become, a larger property, mini resorts. There's no reason they can't do that. We've done that in other markets. We've expanded properties, added hotels, added entertainment venues. We've done a lot of these things because as we've gotten in and gotten going, those are the things that we recognize that the guests want, that the market needs, and that are going to continue to drive the right reinvestment on the spend. So that's how we approach this.
Yeah, and that last point is the key. When you go to do a capital project, you have to understand what cash flow you're going to generate as a result of it. Without having that foundation of understanding of the business, you're guessing. So that's why we didn't want to come in with flash saying, here's the grand vision. We want to tell you a practical solution to get to a vision. So with that, just thank you for your time, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Again, I want to thank you for coming to our tribal grounds here, and we appreciate y'all's attendance. And again, it was a great presentation. But at this time, I'd like to ask, what is going to be the starting cost for this, for our tribe, to get this project going?
Yeah, I think with what Jody laid out and what I think we can do with kind of, as Jody said, internal resources, I think the biggest cost is going to be slot machines. Our guess out of the gate is 200 new slot machines, get you in a really well-positioned situation. 200 machines, $5 million, roughly. Some of those you'd get on participation, so maybe it's $4 to $5 million, somewhere in that zone. That combined with just re-energizing the floor and getting your marketing program squared away, those don't cost money. I think those are very, very inexpensive. So I think sub $10 million by far gets you in a well-positioned place to take the cash flow dramatically higher than it is. I mean, I honestly wouldn't be surprised if your cash flow doubled just by doing that.
Thank you.
And then once you start to see the traction of that, if you go into your competitors' slot floors, if you look at the machines they have, they are materially different than the ones on your floor. Your floor is not positioned well for a casino customer. You're missing core product that every casino has. Get that on your floor, market to your customers, see how the properties react, then put a plan together for the next steps.
Any other questions? Representative Emerson?
What's the projected timeline for getting upgrades once it's started?
I think, look, we've presented a consulting agreement, a management agreement. The management agreement probably takes 9 to 12 months to get approved. I think by the time that's approved, you've got all these changes happening. I think you've got the changes happening very quickly. It's certainly within the, Bob, you tell me, lead time on machines. 3 months lead time on machines. So you could have your slot floors reconfigured within 6, 7 months. You could have your marketing program redone. I think you really want to reintroduce the promotions aggressively once you get your slot floor fixed. So you probably work on some of just the core elements of the business prior to really going out with a big splash. Get your slot floor fixed, and within 6, 7 months, you're pushing out a new promotion program and you're pushing your properties.
Yeah, through the consulting agreement, I believe we can recommend a path. When we were at a V in Laughlin, that's how we did it. We did a lot of the stuff, a lot of the legwork was done before the management agreement was approved, and the property was really clipping along at a nice pace before we were in there as a manager. But it just took a long time for the NIGC approval. But we did a lot of the heavy lifting, and the property we repositioned that property during the consulting term.
Yeah, we just have to be careful. If you're a consultant, not a manager, you can't make any decisions. So the way we structure it is we come to a board or we come to a body with a list of recommendations. If those recommendations are approved, your team implements them. But we can be there and continue to recommend if we think they're not making the right implementation decisions. But we can work through this pretty actively in the consulting period.
One more question. Okay, getting compliance. You guys have a plan to start that program, or do y'all have people coming in, or what's y'all's plan for that?
Yeah, thanks for the question. In much the same way we approach operations, we approach compliance as well, where, yeah, we would actually come in, understand the operations first, in first person, and get to know what's happening and what you're working on and processes, what works, what doesn't, if it's not broke, don't fix it, and what may be lacking. So yeah, same way we approach operations, we would absolutely dive in and understand what's going on. It's me hands-on, yeah, and my team.
But that would happen right out of the gate.
Other questions? Representative Cootie.
What would your percentage be with a contract?
I'm sorry, the compensation?
No, the percentage of the contract, when you work a contract between the two parties, usually 40 or 30.
She's talking about a management agreement.
Oh,
Management.
the economics or management agreement?
Yes.
I think we proposed 50,000 a month plus 25% of increased cash flow. Only the increase in cash flow. So if we don't increase your cash flow?
I think she's speaking from the perspective of when if you were the firm to get this, what would be the arrangement for management company? What would
That's it. Is that what you mean? Yeah, it's not 70-30, it's not 60-40, it's actually just 25% of whatever the increase is. So we don't expect to get paid on the cash flow you have today, just whatever we can improve.
I think you first indicated that you would look at a consulting agreement before we entered a management agreement, is that correct?
That's correct, only because it takes a year or 9 months to get that approved.
Okay, and in that consulting agreement, is that based on a flat fee or is that a percentage of, similar to what you said about the percentage of the?
It's a flat fee.
Would you know that offhand? Or is it?
It's 50,000 a month.
Okay.
And again, the way we view this, and I think, our prior clients have experienced it, is everything that we do sets you up for decades of success. The management agreement's a limited term. We get paid during that term, but once you take the property back from us as a manager, you've got the benefit of everything we've done. It's kind of like a capital investment.
We asked the last group that came before us if the presentation that was made here would be made available to the council for consideration.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the Warner Group. I am a former elected official, and I've served on the National Council of State Legislators for Gaming States. And so my question to you would be, because you have this experience in other states, are you making recommendations to our tribal administration council for things you want to do before you enter into the contractual agreement for management? Or is this your presentation to the council?
This is the presentation. The presentation is we get in, we start working together, and I'm going to tell, the one recommendation is to spend roughly $5 million on slot machines. There's no question about that. But as we get in, we would have interactive dialogue. Typically, we meet with the leadership once a month, and we can do it more frequently early on. But anything that we would expect to act on, we would talk to you and get your approval prior. Very, very comfortable in that environment.
Do you provide any procurement from other casinos from across the country? We take tours, we go look at machines, and if we purchase machines in 2026, in 2030, they're going to be outdated. So we'll be stuck with all the recommendations that you've allowed us to invest in. And then are those changes going to be made as new machines and new data, new technology? Some of our smart grids on how we maintain those machines are going to have to be built also. So what is your recommendation and proposal for that?
I'll let Bob talk to that a little bit, but I'll tell you one thing, and I would encourage you guys to talk to the slot vendors. I think they'll tell you that this gentleman gets some of the best pricing in the business. We don't buy as many machines as someone like Caesars does, but he's got the relationships and he's had them for decades. But Bob, why don't you approach?
Are you asking the replacement cycle? So the industry is replacing roughly 7.5% of their floors annually. and approximately 25% gets new themes, new conversions. So games that we buy today are going, as you said, are going to be, you buy a $25,000 game today, in 5 years, you'll be selling it for $500. And that's our industry. I don't think there's any way to get around that. The key is to make sure that you're investing in, hooking your train to the right vendor, hooking your car to the right train, I guess, and saying, hey, who's the best vendor? It's difficult to predict, but as I said, there's 25 vendors out there that we can now purchase machines from. The lion's share is Aristocrat right now. Who knows where it'll be in 5 years? My gut tells me it's probably still going to be Aristocrat, but you still have to maintain that floor. You still have to convert. You still have to reinvest because their players are able to. It's a very competitive market. Your competition's doing it, and not just that, but they're able to go online now, play games that are instantaneous, and they're changing games online in weeks, not years. So it's just something that we have to deal with.
But I'm also asking about smart machines. So when you put your money in, you can place your bet in several different areas and then push a button and it'll issue those tickets. Because if we purchase machines that are available now because somebody's holding them, because we only need a certain amount of machines, our casino is small. So those machines have been sitting for a moment and new machines are already out. So we would be paying you $50,000 a month to give us insight and direction. Once management team is gone, the insight and direction is gone. We've got to maintain old machines or buy new ones.
Well, one of the things we do, and I don't know if it came across well enough, one of our strengths is training. So with each one of the properties that we work with, we take the leadership team and get them to understand how to run the casino the way they should run it. And that's why, 5 years is a long time, but 5 years is not a long time to grow leaders. So we focus in day one on identifying people who have the potential to be leaders. They work side by side with a guy like Bob who's buying the machines. So we buy, we talk about that capital project of slot machines. Each year, we're going to recommend more machines get purchased to keep replenishing the ones off the floor. And that person's going to learn over that time how to think about the slot floor, how to measure the slot floor, how to position the games. He's going to get the relationships that Bob has with the slot manufacturers. He's going to get the pricing that Bob can get with the slot manufacturers, he or she, I'm sorry, and then be able to then evolve into that role and be efficient in that role.
A lot of these machines have 6-month paybacks. They pay themselves back pretty quick. If we buy 200 new machines, we're going to pull 200 machines that are probably not performing whatsoever off the floors and replace them with the new machines. And there's a lot of these machines. We were at one of the casinos yesterday in the market. It's got machines on the floor from 2006, a lot of them. They're still playing them. But as we buy new machines, we're going to find the most underperforming machines, get those off the floor. But these new machines that are, in 5 years, are not going to be obsolete. There's new themes that come out, so you can convert those machines. But those machines are still going to outperform any of the super old machines. So then every year through the capital process, we'll continue to add and replace machines accordingly.
Well, that's an important thing too. You buy the box with the theme on it, you can convert that then over time. So 2-3 years from now, that game's no longer working. The box itself works, you just put a new game on it. And that conversion costs significantly less than a game.
What's your timeline for your management proposal? Are we retaining you at $50,000 a month for 2 years, 5 years, 10 years?
Our proposal is 5 years. And what happens, and I've been through this a number of times, the front end work that goes into these is significant. And once you get the property up and going, that's kind of when we get our return. So our investment is pretty high early on, and then over time it steadies and the property continues to perform, and that's when we get our benefit. So that's why the 5-year term is important.
And you're gonna, through the training, we're gonna train the team to have these relationships with the vendors when we're gone. So it's not like we go away and so does your pricing. You're gonna still get that pricing. That's been the relationships that we've had. And we still have vendors calling on behalf of the clients that we've worked with in the past. Bob does all the time. So that relationship, even though we're not actively working with them, we're actively helping them. We always have that, keep that relationship going.
Thank you, Mado.
Okay, we have 1 more minute for the time allowed for this presentation. Any other questions quickly? There's no other questions. The Warner Group, we appreciate you gentlemen being here. Really do. Thank you for your presentation. I want everybody to know that they're welcome to stay for lunch, even the presenting groups. This lunch is being sponsored by Drummond Woodson, the attorneys for the Seminole Nation Gaming Enterprise, the attorney firm, and Mr. Eric Giles. Eric, go ahead and stand. Some of them may not know who you are, but that's Mr. Eric Giles, the attorney. So he's sponsoring the lunch here today. So everybody enjoy. Let's stand, go to the Creator in prayer, and I'm going to ask Representative Deatherage to say blessing over the food, and then we're going to come back and get back into session by 1:45. Okay, we're going to come back and have roll call at 1:30, and then there'll be a little bit of time for the last presentation. There's 4 presentations, but we got word that one of the companies went ahead and pulled out of their presentation this morning. Now, we still have John Tessuto coming in from Washington, D.C. with a potential special service agreement for our mineral claims. So that's on the agenda as well. So Representative Deatherage, if you'll say grace over the food that's prepared.
Today, we thank you, Father, for the opportunity to come to Seminole Nation of Oklahoma and listen to presentations. Father, this could be a monumental day for the Seminole Nation. I just pray, Father, that you fill each and every one of us with wisdom and with courage, Father, to take the next step. I ask you also, Father, to bless this food that we're fixing to partake in. Thank you for the things for us that oftentimes look past, never say thank you. So I'm saying thank you, Father. In Christ's name I pray.
Amen. Amen. Please stay with us for lunch. Gather around the tables that's provided. Council, if you want to use the table that you existingly have set in front of you. And there's no improprieties. These men have already presented themselves, as well as Maple Leaf. If you want to talk to any of them, that'd be fine as well. You gentlemen have to go because of plane flights scheduled and such. That's understood as well, because we know that some have to leave and be in other parts of the country here this afternoon. Thank you very much. Everybody line up. Go back and get you something to eat, please. There's plenty of food. Yeah, Regina, if your mom wants to come on in, have her come in and, oh, she's not? Oh, I thought you said she was in the car. Oh, okay. All right. Y'all eat. About 5 minutes until roll call, about 5 minutes until roll call. Okay, one more time for Drummond and Woodson for providing the luncheon today. It was catered by Russell Johnson, which he does traditional food catering as well as barbecue. So Drummond and Woodson, let's let them know we do appreciate them providing the luncheon today. Thank you very much, Eric Giles and his team. And also, everybody feel free to take something home with you. And then I think if there's anything left, then maybe there's a representative from Fish Pond Grounds here that they're having their green corn. May take that out to the grounds if there's anything left. But yeah, load yourself up. We were planning on about 100 to 125 up to 150 people maybe possibly being here on the subject matter being discussed throughout this day. But it's good. The team, the IT team set up additional angled cameras so that the presentations could be clearly seen and heard, as well as the conversations of the general counsel with the presenters. So they set up extra cameras and microphones so that it could be recorded well. And down the road, if folks want to reference it back, feel welcome to do so. Be all right. Okay. Well, most of the council's back there at the barbecue table. All right, Secretary. Call the roll. They'll make it back. Call the roll. Thank you.
Leetta Sampson.
Here.
Anthony Conley.
Here.
Rena Tiger. John Narkemy. Anastasia Pittman. Terry Edwards. Ida Gonzalez.
Here.
Nancy Bixico. Leon Petit.
Here.
Joseph Billy. Dolores Harjo. Karen Fulbright.
Here.
Ann Borba.
Here.
Stephanie Lambert.
Here.
Sina Yeslith.
Here.
Lottie Cootie. Henson Lena.
Here.
Marilyn Moore. David Frank.
Here.
Wayne Shaw.
Here.
Tiffany Thunder.
Here.
Catherine McCoy.
Here.
Charlie Hill.
Here.
Tommy Chupko.
Here.
Danita Harjo.
Here.
Willis Dethridge.
Here.
Desiree Emerton.
Here.
I have 23 present, 4 absent.
With a count of 23 present and 4 absent, I declare that the afternoon session of the special call meeting of August the 12th, 2023 has met quorum for the afternoon session, and we are now in session again. We do have a couple of the team members from the next presenter that is still en route here to the Miccosukee Mission. What is the time right now? Is it 1:45 just yet? Okay, actually they're scheduled to present at 1:45, so we're in session. I know John Tasuda is due to be here too a little bit later in the afternoon. Has everybody made it? Oh, okay, then we'll start it just a little bit early then if everybody's made it. Oh, okay. Well, we'll give them a few minutes. Yeah. They're here, but they're in the chocolate. That's why we're going to give them a few minutes. All right. He didn't know what I said. Oh, you have a question? Oh, go ahead. Yeah. All right, it's been a good morning for the presenters. They all brought some great information. Now we're in the afternoon session with the third presenter. As stated earlier this morning, the fourth presenter was Muskogee Innovations. They pulled their interview presentation out. So instead of four, there's three presenters today. So this afternoon, we're going to start with another gaming company, LJD. Mr. DeCampley and his team. If you want, you can all come up and be seated at the table, and however you have your presentation ready to go. Thank you all for being here today. Need one more.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you everyone for having us here. Really appreciate it. I'd like to introduce ourselves first. My name's Louis DeCampley. I'm the owner of LJD Gaming Consultants, LLC, and I have 30 years of experience within the gaming, over 30 years actually, in the gaming industry. Actually, I have done several consultancies here in the United States and internationally, and I bring so much experience for you guys. I walked your floors back in April when I was offered the RFP. I flew out here just because I wanted to see what the operations look like, and so I gathered a lot of information and intel just from walking the floors and seeing what's going on with the Seminole enterprises. I'd like to get into some of the stuff that I'm capable of and my team, but I'm going to have everyone introduce themselves first.
Good afternoon. My name is Dennis Floge. I've been in gaming since I had hair. I've worked all over the planet. I've worked in Native American gaming and commercial gaming literally for over 40 years. So I've seen quite a bit of gaming action, and I have several patents on gaming devices and different games that I've been involved in the creation of. I've also worked in a lot of non-gaming ventures throughout the United States and again, so I'm I bring more of an entrepreneurial kind of a background to the table. I like to see opportunities that other people don't necessarily see. And my approach to marketing a casino is really very simple. I like to look around and I see who is the best in the industry, who is the best in that particular market. And if their level is here, I just go to here, and then I'm number one. And then if they come up and catch up with me, I just raise the bar just a little bit more, and I always am able to stay number one in the market simply by following that philosophy. It's not a big thing. It's not complicated. It's easy to do. And I take great pride in that. So anyway, thank you. I'll introduce you to.
Good afternoon. Whoa. My name is Terrence Padilla. I am the attorney for this group. And you're probably wondering why they brought their attorney with them. Well, I'll explain all that after they get through with their presentation, but I've got my own little song and dance to do for you guys, but that'll come at the end. And my partner here is Scarlett Bowen. She's a lady that's going to help me out if you guys go ahead and hire us, but I will explain her role as well. But like I said, I'll tell you guys later.
Thanks, Terrence. There is one person that couldn't make it today. He had some tribal obligations with his family. His name is Manny's last name, Sanchez. Sorry about that. Manny Sanchez. And Manny his background is with NIGC. He had has over 25 years' experience with NIGC. He currently is a regulator and a commission out in California, but he's also part of our team, and he brings just a great knowledge in that regulatory side. And from my understanding of reading the RFP, there has been some issues with NIGC and regulations that, getting fined and stuff like that. And so with not only his experience and Terrence here, who also has that background, we feel that we can address those issues and make sure that the operation is running properly, and by regulation. Very important. So my background, and I'll go a little more into it. Like Dennis, I've been in commercial gaming. I started in Atlantic City. I was recruited by Gila River in Phoenix. I opened up their table games operation, took over the slot operation, built 3 new casinos with them. As a role, my role in that was project director from an inside perspective, and I married our internal schedule to the construction schedule. And we successfully opened up 3 casinos, brand new ones, not all at once, but each time, fully certified. And the state of Arizona, they gave me kudos for that because it's never happened in the state before. So I'm very, very good at working with the regulators and understanding what's required. And I think it's very important, not only in Indian gaming, but all gaming. And so that's some of the experience that I bring as far as understanding new development. And if that's something that is desired here, it would be, we would be the group that can get that done. Some of my other experiences have been in international. I was hired by some investors to go to Asia to look at a casino on an island. And it was off the coast of Myanmar, which is, I guess you could say, how far from Bangkok is it? Thailand. But anyway, I was there. I had to assess the casino operation there. And what I do is, and part of my expertise is walking casino floors. I've walked hundreds of floors within the United States and internationally. I like to look at things a little different than just a regular person, right? I know operations. I understand what needs to happen just by watching. And so you might say, well, okay, great. But there's a lot of things behind that. Part of that's doing the analysis. You have to understand how the games are performing, how what is needed in the market and what best serves your customers, right? And so that's kind of the whole thing about our team and what we bring to the table. We're operators. Me and Dennis have been longtime operators. We're consultants. We give great assessments. And part of my assessments, I use project management. I'm a PMP certified PMP. And I use project management to help the team, whatever team that I engage with, I use it to help them to understand how things have to roll, as far as orderly fashion of a project. Everything in a project, it starts and it has a finish. And what happens in between is critical in the planning phase. So when you get to execution, there's no surprises. That's the key to project management. That's what I like to utilize. So, like I said, assessments include gaming, hotel, food and beverage, customer service, monitoring young executives, mentoring young executives. And that's one of the things that I really like to do is to mentor young executives, leadership. And so if I identify, and that's part of my assessment, identifying people that really want to do this, they have the passion for it. And if they have that passion, I'm there with them every step of the way to help them be successful. And I love doing that. I think it's important, especially in a Native community. It's your casino, it's their casino. Let me show you how to do this and get it done the right way so that they can take over and be successful. That's something that I love to do. The key in analysis of the performance and the financials, I can't say enough about that. You really have to understand how to analyze those games. If some places I've been to, they allow the vendor to do the analysis. That's like having a wolf watch over the hen house, right? I mean, it's like, it's like why, you have to do it internally because you want to know how those games are performing and then you want to hold their feet to the fire, not the other way around. And I've been to places where You know, they just let the vendor tell them what to bring in and what not to bring in. Well, that shouldn't be. It should be internally done, and then it should also be with respect, you know, but you hold their feet to the fire. And that's something that I love to do. It's something that I love getting into on the analysis side. And that's something that I'm very good at. Like I said, we have a good team. Now, I'm a single LLC, but I have professionals that I can bring in for whatever the task may be. So whatever the scope of the project is, whatever happens, I can bring people in that can address it. We can address most things on our own, but we do sometimes need some expertise in some other areas, and that's not a problem for us because we have so many colleagues that we can bring to help us. And you know, Dennis has done a lot of non-gaming businesses, and he brings that expertise, looking at things that you may want to get into outside of gaming to little like diversify what you're already offering within gaming. So that's something that if you consider that we can do, and we can help you with that. References, I put Dennis down here because I know Dennis for over 35 years. And so since I had hair, right. And so it's like, that's how long I know him. So I put him down as a reference because he just knows me and I know him. I know his family. He knows my family, and we go way back. The other person I put down as a reference is Jay Fennell. He's another person that I respect and know in the business, and he works for Golden Entertainment out in Las Vegas. And I've done a lot of work with him as far as consulting. As a matter of fact, the Strat hired me, let's say Golden Entertainment hired me to go fix one of their properties out in Western Maryland, which is something that I'm very proud of. I was there for about a year and a half, and I revamped their entire floor. I mentored some young executives in there, and the floor just really took off. Unfortunately, after I was done that and it started taking off, then COVID hit, and everybody knows what happened with COVID. Everything shut down. Nobody's fault. You know, things shut down. Now everybody's trying to get back up and running. And the most important thing coming out of COVID is to make sure there's consistency in the operation. People that want to gamble at your properties want to know that they can go any time of the day and they can gamble, right? They want to play. So it's not, like I said, it's nobody's fault that COVID hit, but now that COVID is kind of behind us now, it's time to really look at your operation, consistency to the operation. As far as the organizational chart, I'm a single person, right? But I have my colleagues with me. These are guys that I do rely on, and they come in and they can help me with anything that I can't do. I have people that, so I don't know everything. I don't ever pretend that I know everything. I learn something new every day. And so in this business of casino operations, there's something crazy that happens all the time. Things that, you know, you may not see. Surveillance is so important. I mean, there's people trying to steal from you. You know what I mean? I mean, just there are people out there that do that. I just want to get that out there. So when you have an operation, you want to have seasoned veterans that know what to look for, know how to address it. And sometimes, you know, you have to have some tough conversations with people and let them know that basically this is the way it's supposed to go. And if you're stealing from us, then out. But I don't want to go too. I just thought of something. I get this publication that comes in on a weekly basis, and it talks about all the different scams that are going on in the casino industry. And I just read it last night, so sorry about that. It's on the top of my mind. As far as my colleagues, any resume, all the resumes that we have, I can get them for you. If we're selected, you would know who's coming in. Obviously, there would probably be some licensing that has to go on, and so we understand that, and we'll be able to provide any and all information with regards to that. I did send my resume in the initial submission, so you should have a copy of that. Potential for conflicts, you know, I have never had any conflicts whatsoever with any jurisdiction. I've been key licensed in probably 8 or 9 different jurisdictions throughout the country. So I have never had an issue with the regulators. I never had any lawsuits. I've never had anything like that in my background. So that's something that I wanted to let you know. As far as the Apache tribe of Oklahoma, we have engaged with them. We're not hired yet. And so I say that because we have talked to them about developing a casino for them. But nothing has come to fruition, so that's not an issue, and it's not on our table, not on the radar as of yet, but it's there, and I wanted to disclose it so there's no surprises about that. And I don't expect any issues as far as timing with any of my other engagements that I have, and if selected, I would make this my priority. I would make this my priority.
I'm going to grab the mic. I'm going to upstage Lewis for a second. So two things that I want to add to what Lewis was saying is that we consider ourselves to be mechanics. Okay, so there's a difference between an operator and a mechanic. An operator, he does the same kind of thing all the time. But a mechanic, and it was proven out with COVID, a mechanic can step into a situation that they've never seen before, and they can figure it out. That's a mechanic. And that's what we are. Anybody can be an operator, right? Doesn't matter. I mean, you can learn how to do these things. But doing things, as an example, coming out of COVID in a situation that none of us have ever seen before, and be able to operate in those types of environments is to me, is very important. Leads me into another program that I've done I'm very proud of. When I've gone into Native American properties, a lot of the times operators will come in and they'll say to you, well, we're going to teach your folks how to operate. We're going to hand it over. We're going to have a mentoring program. We're going to run them through all the different departments. But typically what happens is they don't do that. They just say they're going to do that. I like to do something a little bit different. I have what I call the cohort. I bring the cohort in. They're all tribal members, and they actually take part in what is happening on the property. We have a meeting every week. We discuss what's going on. I let them make mistakes. They come in, they ask me, well, what do you think about this? Try it. Tell me what you think. I let them do their interviews. They bump their knees on the furniture, so to speak. It's like running into a room that's dark and you bump your knees on the furniture because you can't see what's going on. But then you learn real quick, I don't want to go into the dark room and bump my knees, so you figure out how to do it. That is a program, the cohort program that I use. I take great pride in it. I turn out good managers because they've been allowed to have the experience to fail. They're never going to fall. They're just going to stumble a little bit, and we're going to grab them and pick them back up, say, what would you do next time? And when I leave that property, they know how to do it. They're not bringing in another team of non-tribal members to run their properties. My view, you've been in business for decades probably, right? You should have your own managers running your property. That's just the way it should be. That's something, again, I'm very proud of. I would help Lewis to make sure that that type of an environment came to fruition for your team, for your tribal members. So I'm going to turn it back to Lou. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dennis. So firm workload, I think I talked about that. My workload is it's there. So I have some stuff going on, but as I said, if selected for this particular RFP, I would make this my priority. And I already talked about mediation, arbitration, litigation. I have nothing going on with that. My goal has always been to be transparent. There are no surprises. There should be no surprises in gaming. When something happens, and something will happen, well, then the proper person should be notified immediately. And there shouldn't be no cover up or sweeping it under the table. You don't do that in gaming. This is a very serious industry, a very serious business, highly regulated. So I operate, everything is transparent. There will be no surprises. And I'm very, very, very much, that is my goal. It's a goal in everything I do in life, basically. Ask my wife, she'll tell you. There's no surprises. She knows everything. Relevant facts. I've had success at every property that I've been engaged with, whether it be as an employee or as a consultant. I have gone in and I'm very passionate about the business. I love the casino industry, and so when I do my work, it'll reflect that love and passion for the business. So everywhere I've been, I've had success. Their numbers have all increased. I have a proven record. And that's something like Dennis said, I'm very proud of that because I love the business. When you have a passion for something, what do you want to just go in? You want to go do something and just hold the carpet down? No. Go in and you do the work and you make sure that everyone around you is successful. I like to surround myself with people that are much more smarter than I am, so that it makes me look good. But guess what? I'm still there, and I'm there every step of the way to make it successful. Some of the assessments I do, if you do effective assessments, it leads to opportunities. And some of those opportunities are, for example, an increase in revenue, new development, a staff that is fully qualified and knows what they're doing, and they know every step of the way of how they're supposed to handle the customer. You know, we're talking a lot about internals, but all this stuff that we're talking about, the end result is the customer that comes into the casino. And that's something that shows when you have that good customer service, people want to come back over and over again. That's what you have to do. And that's the winning formula for being successful. And so it's internal customer service, treating your internal guests, which is your employees, and your external guests, great. Treating them the way they're supposed to be treated, and make sure the training is there so that the internal, our employees know how that all has to look. Like I already told you, I'm a certified project management professional. I've used project management techniques in planning and executing, and it's been very successful in all the projects that I've worked on. And I guess I said this already, my strongest attribute is mentoring young tribal members, as Dennis said, in leadership strategies. He already talked about the cohort that he does use, and I've watched it in action, and it's very, very good. It's a very good program. I have the fees in here. I don't know if we want to talk about fees right now, but the fees are $20,000 per month for the consulting side. Now, there were three elements within this RFP. One was to hire a consultant to get started. And so that is the fees for the consulting. The other one was to hire a general manager to get started and then assist that general manager moving forward. And then there was a management contract proposal or request. So I did not put anything in there because I don't know the full scope of this yet, of what the opportunity brings. But I did understand, and I do understand with respect to the current revenue that's being produced in the three properties. So obviously, with the respect to knowing that, we would put together a proposal. If I'm selected as the consultant, I would get in and I'd be able to see more of what is going on at the properties, and then I would be able to determine, you know, what the scope would be, and then our proposal for the management contract would be forthcoming after. Okay. And like I said, I did review the financials, so I would, you know, if I'm selected as the consultant, my goal would be to increase your performance all across all three properties, right? That would be my goal, right? So obviously, looking at what you did in 2022 and what potential I'll be able to see what you're doing right now in 2023, then we can look at a respectful proposal for the management fees. Funding. Okay, so I put it in there. I'm a single guy, single LLC. I do not have that money in my bank. I work for a living. But I have access to a lot of different people that are investors, all the way from $1 million up to $100 or $100 million. I have access to those kind of people. If that's the direction you want to go, if it's something that you're considering in development, I can bring those people to introduce them to you and get that kind of funding if that's what you need. And you know, we'll be able to approach this in the best possible manner to grow your business. I mean, that's the goal. You hire us, you hire me and my partners here. We're gonna look at your business, and then we're gonna come up with strategies to make this the best business for you. You're right off the highway. There's no reason why you shouldn't have more success than what you have. Saying there's potential for growth there, a lot of growth. Yeah.
I just love to interrupt him from time to time. I can hear him starting to get a little bit nervous. So I'm throwing him a line when I can. Anyway, when it comes to finding financial partners, I have a ton of contacts as well. Some of our contacts overlap. I've been licensed in Nevada, which is a very difficult license to get. And as a result, you do get some credibility with bankers and investors. They say, oh, look at this guy. He's able to pass that background check, which is one of the more difficult ones in the country to get. We have investors he has investors, and again, some of ours overlap, numbers anywhere from 4 million over $100 million. It just depends on the deal that we bring to them and present to them. So setting up the financing is something that is within our wheelhouse. And also want to mention real quick about the marketing of your properties. I've worked on properties in Nevada and New Mexico that were located right on interstates. And that's one of my specialties. I noticed you happen to have a travel plaza right out here. We stopped in there, a little bit dated, but it can certainly be improved. And one of the ways is to market to truckers. Truckers make good livings, and they bring that money to your property. One of the things I have done in the past, you're going to like this one. I fancy myself as a marketer. I gave away a tractor trailer. Okay, I brought it from Kenworth. I parked it on the property. We had a mechanism for truckers to come in and sign up. If they signed up for a Players Club card, they had an opportunity to win that truck. That was one of the mechanisms to win a tractor trailer. We also did a mechanism where it was the progressive meter. Instead of a progressive meter on a bank of slot machines, the top prize was a tractor trailer. So you can bet they played that bank of machines. They played it pretty fast. We gave away a couple of those trucks like that. I had somebody copy that promotion, another travel plaza out of Nevada. They came down snooping around trying to figure out how we did it. I realized who they were. I went down, I introduced myself. I said hello to them. I went upstairs and printed the plan, printed the promotion plan, and I handed it to them. I said, do it like this. Don't mess with the recipe because it's going to work. They took it back to Northern Nevada. They didn't listen. I went up there 5 years later, went in to visit them. They had a 5-year-old truck sitting there. They never gave it away. Now they got a 5-year-old truck that's sitting there that's now 5 years old. So instead of it being worth $120,000, it's worth half of that, right? Because it's a 5-year-old truck. Even though it's got no mileage on it, it's still an older truck. But they didn't listen to the plan. And so those are the types of things I like to do from a marketing standpoint. One other property, I gave away a car, right? Ooh, everybody gives away cars, right? They go to the dealership, they get a car. Everybody's already got a car, right? So they win the car, they take the car back to the dealership pays them half the value on it, and then they put the car back on the lot, right? Very rarely do people drive that car. What I like to do is give away a classic car, because everybody wants one of those, right? You know, you want one. You walk past it, you'll say, this is a cool car. I would not sell this one. I'd keep this one, right? It's a 57 Chevy with all built up motor. That's the one I want. So I gave them away. And so we had promotions, and we had people come in for parties, and we picked the colors of the cars, and we did all this thing, and we constructed this vehicle from the ground up. Now we got a beautiful car. We have another big party. They come in with their poodle skirts on. Everybody's having a great time. We give the car away. We give a classic car. They keep it. They drive around with it. They tell everybody they want it at XYZ Casino. That's the difference between marketing and really marketing. So it's like if you use the analogy of a hockey player, a professional hockey player. Any hockey player that's a pro can hit the puck at 100 miles an hour, right? They all could do that. That's what they get trained for. They get paid for all that. The guy who scores the goals is the guy who can get that puck to lift up off the ice about 10 inches, and the goalie goes, uh-oh, I just missed it. It went into the net. So that's our marketing philosophy. We want to always lift the puck. And we lift the puck by giving away a tractor trailer and by giving away a classic car or whatever else we're doing. We build that little extra layer in there that's going to separate us from your competitors. And you do have some pretty stiff competition down this interstate. I didn't stop in. We're going to stop in on the way back. Lou stopped in all of them. But
they're between you and here, you know, between Oklahoma City and here. So you're challenged with getting people to drive past there to come here to visit you. That's just a fact. I think we could bring some of those marketing techniques to get people to come out here and to drive past your competition. I'm not going to lie to you, it's a challenge, and we're going to have to put our thinking caps on, but it can absolutely be done. So I'll turn it back to Lewis.
Thank you, Dennis. I had some water. I'm okay now. So really, we're about done this presentation as far as the PowerPoint's concerned. And I want to thank you for letting us present that to you. And I'm going to have Terry take over because Terry has been doing this casino stuff for a long, long time. And so I'm going to.
He still has his hair.
And he still has his hair, right? There you go. And I'm going to have him talk about what he does and why he's here with us.
First off, Kundauha, that means thank you in my language. I'm from Santa Clara Pueblo, about half an hour north of Santa Fe. I've been doing this for a really long time. When I first got out of law school, the first casinos were being opened up in New Mexico. Some of the tribes were looking around for paralegals. And I figured, I gotta be as good as a paralegal, I'm a lawyer. So I applied for the job and I got it. And I've done nothing since. Over 30 years has been nothing but gaming. I've worked for gaming commissions, I've run gaming commissions. I currently am an attorney in-house counsel for casino right now, tribal casino, and I am currently setting up a gaming commission for that particular tribe. It's in El Paso. We just won a Supreme Court case, and now we have to abide by all the rules and laws. Anyway, let me introduce I want to call her assistant, but she's not my assistant. She's actually more of a partner. And anyway, I've known her about 3 years. I met her when she was actually selling me some insurance. I needed some life insurance. She helped me out. She's had a really interesting history for being as young as she is. She started out running a medical testing facility for a big hospital in Fort Worth, right? In Texas, Fort Jacksboro. Anyway, she did that. Then she got bored with that and went on to selling insurance, which is where I met her. After she killed that industry off, because she had, how many people do you have underneath? 15, something like that? 22 people underneath. Wasn't interested in that job, it wasn't challenging her. I was having problems putting the gaming commission together for this tribe in El Paso, the Isleta del Sur Pueblo. So she knew that I was having problems, so she said, hey, you know what, I'll help you out on a part-time basis if you need that. Well, she was amazing. So I stole her away from the insurance company. I hired her. Told her, I'll pay you whatever you want. Just bring that dedication, that hard work, and that insane drive for perfection to my office, and let's do this. So now she's with me. She's my business partner in other issues. And if you go with us, you're going to get that behind you as well. But that's just Scarlett giving you a heads up on that. Now, my history, and I do have to say something. I do apologize for my hair. I know I look like I'm a drowned rat. This old desert Indian is not used to this humidity, so my hair's a mess. So sorry, I didn't just crawl out of bed. But my history is nothing but gaming. I've done nothing but that. From the day I got out of law school to this moment right now, I am representing tribes. I've represented every tribe in New Mexico. I've consulted with every tribe in New Mexico. I've consulted with tribes in southern Colorado, tribes in Texas, obviously. And I've also worked, interestingly enough, for some casinos in the Orient as well as South America. So I've got a real good smattering of how things work. My history has been, about half of it has been gaming commissions. So I understand this stuff very, very well. I don't know if you're ever going to run into an attorney that understands as well as I do, because I actually ran gaming commissions. So I can really help you guys out on that end of things. So that's kind of a lot of the, it's easy for me to say that's all I do, but it's over 30 years of experience. And I bring that to the table for you guys. If you go with this group, I am their attorney. That's why they brought me, because I'm a little bit different than the attorney for other companies. I'm not just a corporate attorney. I am somebody who's actually boots on the ground, born on a reservation, raised on a reservation, and kind of understand it from that aspect as well as what we're doing right now. So, you know, if you do that, if you go with us, you've got two insanely good-looking people helping you guys out. So I just want to let you guys know that. Also, when it comes to the financing, they have their people. I've been in this industry forever. I know people, when they gave me the call and said, hey, you know, there's this tribe in Oklahoma that wants to, you know, maybe talk to us about opening up or helping with their business, their casino. I said, okay, you guys need some funding. And they said, yeah, probably. So I contacted some of my people, the people I know, former clients from years and years ago. So I got I guess I could say, I got a couple people to say yes, from 20 million all the way up to 200 million. Whatever you guys need, I could probably find you somebody who will take care of this. These are guys in the gaming industry. They have slot machines. They're backgrounded. They can pass NIGC backgrounds. They're all ready to go. So if you need something, the three of us together should easily be able to accommodate you. So that's all, you know, I just wanted to say that. I know we've been talking forever and I don't want to bother you guys too much more beyond this, but all I'm saying is you get not just a couple cool white guys, but you get an Indian who's actually done this. So, you know, and I kind of, well, I'm going to, if you'll let me finish up here. I'm still talking about myself, okay? Anyway, the other member of our group, his name is Manny Sanchez. I've known him over 20 years. He worked for NIGC. I met him when he was working for NIGC. Great guy, on top of the game. He knows what he's doing. He's working for a tribe in California right now. So he knows his stuff. And I know you don't know me from Adam, but seriously, if you'll look me up, you'll see that I've done a lot of work for tribes around the country. And Manny has done the same thing. He just couldn't be here because he had a lot of religious stuff going on. He had to take care of that. But he's also part of this thing. He knows everything there is to know, and he knows the people that actually are the regulators for NIGC here in Oklahoma. He knows them very well. I know them because they're also the agency that regulates, or they're the regional office that regulates Texas. So Scarlett and I have a pretty good working relationship with NIGC, the Oklahoma office. So we bring that to the table as well. So if you have any questions, I'm here. Being native, if you have any legal issues, I got no issue. Call me. I'll help you out if I can. You know, that's just the way it is. I figure if we can help each other out, we're all gonna win. So that's what I'm wanted to say. That's pretty much what I bring to the table, but it's all yours if you hire us. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. So that's our group. That's our presentation. I mean, we have the experience, we have the depth, and we also can get the funding. So with that said, we're gonna open it up for some questions. Questions? Yes.
Yes. Padilla, and you're probably wondering, why does he have a Spanish last name? Well, it's an interesting story, but it's a short one. I'll let you know. In New Mexico, the Spaniards came into New Mexico and they essentially made all the pueblos their slaves. So we have Spanish last names. I'm 100% in it. Well, CIB, I can show you that if you want. But yes, 100%, but all of us have Spanish last names. So that's why it's Padilla. Oh, sure, Padilla. I'm sorry, I have ADHD and I start talking a lot. My Scarlett tells me, calm down, dude, and quit talking so fast. Padilla. First name, Terrence. Well, close enough. Bowen, Bowen. Yes, sir.
Yes, have you guys had visual of the three casinos we have?
Yes.
You have? Okay, so as you see them as they stand, what do you see? What's your vision of upgrading, or what do you plan on doing?
Well, that's a good question, because I think so your biggest one is the tent, right? And the tent is, it's been adequate, right? I mean, you go inside, it's nice in there. The air conditioning is actually really good. That's a good thing. But that tent is probably needs to be replaced. And so depending on, the appetite for the tribe on development, that certainly can be done. The other one, and forgive me, I think one's River Mist, or, right? That one is that one is, I forget the highway it's on, but I walked that floor. It probably has about 160 machines in there. Had a little food place there that wasn't open the day I was there. But that looks like there's been some renovation in it, but it probably could use a little more, some tender loving care on that. And then the gas station one, I can't remember the name of it, but that one has swamp coolers on the top. That one, you know what? That one, I was surprised. I was there on a Tuesday afternoon, and it was probably about 30% occupied. It was a nice crowd in there. And for 60, 70 machines, that one could be renovated and made look, to make, I would definitely do something with all three. But your main casino where you make all your money is off the highway. And so that one is the one that I could see a development project. Lone Butte Casino in Phoenix comes to mind when I see the size of the casino that you guys would be able to do. You don't have to be as big as the Grand. That's just another level of what they have down there at the Grand. But there is a size that would fit. I think you guys have a feasibility study that was completed and that you said you would share with whoever was selected. So I don't have that data, but I can envision a casino about 30, probably 25, 30,000 square foot, operation that could have some food outlets and things that people want to stop for. You know what I mean? But thank you. You're welcome. I think you had your hand up, ma'am. Yes.
Thank you, and I'm so happy to meet you.
Thank you.
And your group. I have, as I said previously, worked with gaming commissions and able commissions as an elected official. And I've had the opportunity to be at the Gila River.
Okay.
Well over 10 years ago. We took a group of elected officials that were all native to the Gila River because we needed to meet with the elders there to find out how, when we bring in companies like you, how do you work with the people? And at that time, we got some of the members of their tribes who had land allotments to give their land back to the tribe so that the tribe could expand and so that we could have space for the blockchains and stuff to keep them cool, the cooling systems. And I've had the privilege of working with Chris Destiny and people who surrounded themselves at the Gila River. My question to you, because I'm looking at your credentials and all of the things you need in the presentation, but how will you work with the Seminole people to incorporate things that we hold dear, some of our ways, our culture, the pathways that we choose? All of that has to be incorporated in a new redesign of the casino. So I didn't know if it's you by yourself or your consulting team that will come in and work with our chief and his select team. But my first question is, how will you work with the people? And my second question is, what is your consulting firm fee? Is it monthly? Is it annually? And what's the timeline of the contract that you're proposing?
Okay, thank you. Great questions. First of all, being in native properties and working in them, the culture is number one, right? And so respectfully, all the things that are required from a cultural standpoint would absolutely be there. This is your property. This is the property of the Seminoles. So if anything is developed or anything is brought to fruition, the design, the plans as far as how we're going to put some Seminole touches in there, like because the artwork and things like that are really important culturally would absolutely be integrated into whatever we develop, right? And then also understanding the different holidays. I've been to different tribes and I've worked at different places, and everybody has different things that they do and they follow, and being respectful of those traditions. Obviously, we would bring that to the table because it's important. Okay, and I hold that very important, and so does my team. obviously, we all hold all that very, very high. The consulting fees, $20,000 a month. The initial, I put down the initial term would be 6 months and then monthly thereafter. So that would be, that's for the consulting side. I didn't put in a management fee yet because I don't know the scope yet. But I did say within the presentation that it would be respectful to the revenue that you're producing.
You mentioned that you had access to funding, which is great, we need it, but do you have access to zero-cost machines?
Zero-cost machines. So, from what I understand, you're talking about the slot machines, right? Okay, so I love this part of it because I love gaming. So you're right. Right now, I believe all your machines are on an 80-20, if I'm not mistaken. I did a little research. So yeah, you're giving away too much of the house, okay? So there are ways that you can do that. Obviously, you have to have capital. So when you're doing your budgeting, the important thing is that you want to set aside, 10% or 20% of that revenue you got coming should be reinvested into your casino to buy machines so that therefore you own them and you're not giving away the house. Now, that all could be done, and I can show you how to do that, and I'm very good at doing that, and so is Dennis, and we can certainly, it would take time, because right now, I think all 3 casinos combined, you have about 800 or 900 machines. So the goal that I have used as a rule of thumb is you want to touch 20% of those machines every year. And 10% could be new, and 10% can be conversions, right? And so there's either you go out and you buy your machines, or you convert them if they're underperforming, or you do machine relocations. There's a lot of things that you can do to improve the performance. But you're right. You want to get to the point where you don't want to, you have to have some of that, because obviously you're not going to be able to replace your floor all at once unless, you want to do a big capital infusion. That's a lot of money for 900 machines. But if you take it little chunks at a time, and you do like 10%, and you're able to fund that through your capital reinvestment program, which is something that every casino, when we do budgeting, we always have capital, because you want to reinvest into not only your buildings, but your slot product, your table games product, or whatever other, food and beverage, your restaurant, stuff like that. All has to be reinvested through capital. And it's not all at once. It's something that you plan, and that's the way I would do it. And I hope I answered that question. You want to take it?
Thank you.
I'm going to throw my 2 cents on there as well. So what Lou is telling you is exactly correct. I like to keep my revenue share floor at about 10%. All right, it's going to hover depending on what type of games it is and if it's class 2 or class 3. You don't have to replace everything at one time. How do you eat an elephant, right? One bite at a time. And I fortunately or unfortunately have been in properties that are underfinanced, don't have money. So you have to kind of play the game with the vendors and negotiate with them. Listen, I can't afford this machine, but I really need it on my floor. Can you give me terms? Can you let me pay you in 6 months? So we'll work that out. There was a casino that I was actually a partner in Nevada, and I didn't have any money. I went to Konami Games. I wanted a player tracking system, and I was talking to the CEO of Konami, and I said, "I need a player tracking system." He said, "Okay, it'll cost you this much." I don't have any money. Well, how are you going to pay for it? I said, give me some terms. Give me a break here. So he did. He gave me 12 months, and he had a balloon payment at the end, and I was paying him, I think, $6,000 or $7,000 a month. At the end of 12 months, I went back to him and I said, "Steve, I can give you the $160,000 I still owe you, but it's going to leave my bank account empty." And he said, "Have you been paying it?" I said, "First of the month, man, you get a check." He said, "I just keep paying it the way you're doing it." And I've been friends with him ever since, and that was 20 years ago. And so I go to him when I need a special deal. There's something special going on. I need a special financing package or something. He's always worked with me. And so not only do we bring to the table many years of combined experience, probably almost 100 at this point, but we bring contacts. You don't pay us for what we know as much. You also pay us for who we know. And you pay us for that experience. That's where your value is when you bring us to the table. It's more valuable than money, honestly, because it is money. It's how we are able to negotiate these deals because we've known these people for 20, 30 years. It's just the way the world is. Back to you, Lewis.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Thank you guys for coming. I really appreciate it. I have a question that everything that you've said sounds good. All the other guys, I wish I could clump all y'all together and we can just work this out. But with the COVID coming and shutting everybody down, is there any type of I know people do gaming online, but to make it bigger within the casino, or if it got shut down again for that very reason, that it could function and make the same amount of money online and other avenues that you can go through by doing. Is that possible?
So I think what you're saying is that if a casino is shut down for another
Like
pandemic,
COVID. Yeah.
is there online event? So my first question, does Oklahoma have online gaming? Do they
Yes.
have iGaming? Do they have sports betting? So all of that.
We do have sports betting. I
Okay.
do know that. We just passed that.
Okay. So iGaming is really the next wave, okay? And so because you're licensed and you have the ability to operate a casino, I'm sure that once that iGaming bill comes through the governor's office, that you guys are probably the whole OIGA probably get in there and say, hey, we want to run this on our reservations.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be important because iGaming is huge, huge. And so it's in 6 states right now. It's been approved in 6 states, and the numbers are phenomenal. In that case, in that particular case, if you were shut down again, obviously your online casino would boom because there's nothing else to do, right? People would go to that. So you'd have to wait till it was legal. Did I answer that? I mean,
Yes, you did. I was just concerned if you came on board, would that be something that you could put in a loop to see if we could do that here in the nation as well? Because I don't know if the gaming, it's including in the tribal gaming.
that's why we have Terry here with us, because he's the attorney and he would be able to look at all of that and determine whether it's feasible on the reservation, if you can do it.
So the revenue will keep coming is what I'm saying.
Because that would be a regulation.
Well, that's been asked several times by other tribes. They've asked me that. And my answer is the patent lawyer answer. It depends. How aggressive do you want to be? Are you willing to get into a fight with the federal government over this or the state of Oklahoma over this? If you were, I think you might have a shot at least trying it and see what happens, because there are avenues that have not been explored. In New Mexico, for instance. In New Mexico, it's illegal to conduct online gambling, sportsbook, all that stuff. But because the federal government came out a few years back and said, okay, it's not a problem if it's allowed in the state. We're not going to bother you guys anymore. Well, a couple of the New Mexico tribes said, screw it, let's see what happens. So they just opened up sportsbook. It's illegal under their compacts. It's illegal in the state. And NIGC considers it illegal because it's illegal. It's in their compact. And NIGC is required to enforce the compacts with the state. But the tribe said, try us, find out. NIGC backed off. They're like, well, the state doesn't care and nobody's bothering you. Go for it. Let's see what happens. So that's what I'm saying. If you're willing to give it a shot, there are avenues. There are legal ways to do this. Obviously, I haven't researched Oklahoma law, so I don't want to tell you definitively, yes, let's do it and see what happens. No, I'd have to check. But there are ways around these things, or over and under them. You can do this if you're willing to fight. My perfect example, the tribe I represent right now, the casino, is the Isleta del Sur Pueblo in El Paso. Texas is a non-gaming state, 100% non-gaming. We said, hey, you know what? The Restoration Act says, we think it says we can engage in gaming. So they started this fight over 20 years ago, probably around closer to 30. They lost the first round, then they hired me. I'm not saying I did this, I just worked for the casino, but I knew the attorneys that were willing to fight this. So 20 years ago, 21 now, we got a letter from the state of Texas saying you need to close your casino down. Well, their in-house counsel didn't want to fight. They asked me, do you know somebody who's willing to fight? Do you want to do it? I'd be like, yeah, sure. I'll, pay me a few $1 million and then I'll get rich, but we'll be closed in a year because I don't know what I'm doing when it comes to stuff like that. But I did know a law firm that was willing to do it. We fought them 20 years, took it to the Supreme Court and won late last year. Now we have gaming. They were willing to not say no, and they were willing to fight tooth and nail every day for 20 years. And we got it because they had a little crack in the definitions that were in their Restoration Act that made it, we believed legally that they could engage in gaming. So that's what I'm saying. There are always cracks in anything that the federal government or state tries to impose on tribes. If there is a possibility, then I would say, yes, give it a shot. If you guys are willing to give it a shot, go for it. What's the worst they can do? Just tell you no, right? So if we have a company that's willing to put that kind of machinery in, there's really not a whole lot of risk. We give it a shot and just see. And if it gets too hot, the company pulls their machines out. Sorry, we made a mistake. Our lawyers told us that's where we come in. Our lawyers told us we had a shot at it. Maybe they were mistaken. And that's my fault and whoever else is doing this stuff. Maybe.
Thank you.
I want to add to that a little bit. Terry knows this. 30 years ago, I had patents on table games that myself and another gentleman created. And I'm a little bit creative to a fault, if you ask my wife. But I'll tell you, the future of gaming is what I'm holding in my hand, okay? Because internet gaming is coming, whether or not any state agency wants to say it's not or it is. I actually am working with a company right now. We have a wallet created, so we would be able to accept money. And we also have about 6 games currently that are either developed or almost finished. Some of those games are skill games. And I have a skill game that has actually been approved by BMM, who is the company who tells you whether or not your game is operating to the specifications you claim. It's a skill game. It has no random number generator in it at all. Doesn't even have a timer in it. So it's 100% skill. So technically, depending on what jurisdiction you're in, you could put this game out. You could put it out on this phone right here. You could put it linked to a machine in your casino and also be able to play it at home. There's a lot of ways to get the fish in the boat. And we have other games that are based in Class 2. We have other games that are based in Keno and Bingo. But the one that is most intriguing, and that would be the fastest to market, we're working on it right now, would be a skill game. Now, BMM, who is this regulatory agency, looked at it and they said, what do you want us to look at this? You want us to tell you the odds? Well, no, we want you to tell us that there is no RNG in the game. And they said, nobody's ever asked us to do that. We don't care. This is what we need to know. Put it on paper so I can show it to a state regulatory agency that says this game can literally be placed in a Chuck E. Cheese's and it's legal. Now, would we be challenged on that? We might, because there are places that say if it looks like a slot machine, it's a slot machine. Doesn't matter what the math is behind it. And that's a possibility. But I don't think there's anybody at this table who is afraid to step a little bit over the line until they start yelling and then you step back. Okay. Try it again in here. Ma'am, you had a question?
Yes. Can you tell me if you do regulatory, and I can help you with the gaming laws in Oklahoma, too. I can share those with you. But I want to know where the tax revenue goes if we put a game online. We can created here in Seminole, but we have Seminole members who live abroad. But if they're playing the game that we have here in another state, what percentage would we have to share? Or can we utilize all the revenue and the tax revenue comes to the state of Oklahoma? Because they're gonna try to tax us on whatever it is we implement, however we connect it to that machine.
I haven't gotten that far in my game to be able to answer that question, but maybe Terry has an opinion on that.
Well, our tax code laws need to be updated anyway. But
Well, I would
sometimes, if you're playing in Oklahoma, it's easy to regulate. But if someone else is playing in another state, like at Foxwood in Connecticut or somewhere else, we want to be able to generate those fees that we're trapping online.
I know what
and
you're,
keep them here.
yeah, I know exactly what you're talking. So all these iGaming companies like DraftKings and all whatever, FanDuel, all that stuff, they're geo-fenced to the state that they're in. So I have a FanDuel account, I have a DraftKings account, in Arizona, and I could bet on baseball, football, and all that stuff. I can go to New Mexico and I can't bet on it unless I do a drop down and New Mexico has approved it, then I can click on that. Now I could go to Pennsylvania with my DraftKings account and I could play, I could also bet sports in there with my DraftKings account. I could click down, I go to Pennsylvania, boom, and it allows me to bet on sports, and it also allows me to do iGaming because in Pennsylvania it's legal, but it's geo-fenced. If I go across the bridge and I'm in Jersey, I can't get on that site. So that's answering your question on how do you tax from outside. It doesn't really happen that way, but it'll be in the state, whatever your state structure is on your taxes, on your revenue would probably apply. Assuming that.
Well, I just wanted to be in question because I know the chief will have his own counsel to deal with that, but I want to limit the risks that when we step across that line or whatever we do, we don't have to pay fines and fees that exceed our profit.
These two guys, risk takers, me, Eddie. No, we all. I understand the questions of trying to push the envelope, but I'll be honest with you. I think you got to follow the law, and he knows this. We don't want to cause any trouble for the Seminole Nation. We will do everything with respect to the laws and ensure that if something is coming down, we'll have our ear to the ground and we'll know what's coming. And I have Sheila Morago is the head of OIGA, and I'm very good friends with her. And I would make sure that I'm in contact with her over anything that's coming into the state, as in the state of Oklahoma.
Representative Fulbright.
I know we're getting close to the end of your presentation, I'm sure, but real quick, you've been to all of our facilities, right? One at Kanawha, River Mist, and I-40. A lot of concern the council's always had in the past is the sign out at I-40. It's nothing to attract off the highway to come in and stuff. Is that something you could possibly take care of? We've had many people say it costs too much. It's thousands of dollars and it's just, different. To me, it was an excuse why we never could get a sign lit up out there. That's something you feel like we need, or it can happen, or?
Me and Dennis were talking about that on the ride.
It's just, it might sound minor to you, but it's kind of.
No, it's very
big
important.
deal to us, I guess.
It's very important. A pylon sign on the highway that's up to date and that functions properly is very, very important to your operation. That's what draws people in from the highway, and especially because it's up so high, people could see it from miles away, so they have time to get off the highway.
Right. Yeah, that's was our concern, is why this could never happen in the past,
Couldn't tell you, but I'll tell you one thing, it would be something that I would definitely pursue on your behalf if I was selected. And also, not only that, but highway billboards and stuff with advertising your brand.
Right.
So brands are very, very important, and put them up on the billboards. And Dennis has a really good program that he can bring on the billboard marketing, because you have so many highways around here, and it's kind of like, what tells people that you're around?
Sure.
Grand Casino has a ton of billboards, right? Now, it costs money. right? So everything is money driven. So once again, when you do that budgeting, you got to make sure you have a nice, healthy marketing budget. And part of that's like outdoor marketing. Outdoor marketing consists of billboards and, other advertising side of your building, or your website is really important.
Sure.
I've been on your website, a little concerned that you don't
Yeah.
have any marketing on that website. I mean, the last time something happened at one of your casinos was April, from what I saw. Now, I could be wrong about that, but that's all the stuff that we bring to the table. All that can be repaired, and it can be fixed, and it can be something that you'd be proud of because it's your. And so that's something that we do bring to the table. And he's our marketing guru. I also have a marketing background. I'll tell you a real quick story. He was running for office as an assembly member in New Jersey, and I was his campaign manager. I'm going way back.
Back in the hair days.
We did. And I was his campaign manager. I had to put things together like a golf outing. I also wrote his campaign speech. And so I have a marketing background also. And between me and him, all that stuff you're talking about, outdoor advertising, pylon, website, all that can be fixed. It does cost money. So we'd have to look at the budgeting. We have to look at what we can bring to the table. Would it be a part of a package of development that you want to put a different, use the tent? Everything that we're talking about, you never stop the operation. Everything's still going on if there's a development opportunity, all that in the tent would keep going, and whatever acreage that you had, that's where the new development would occur, so that you would never lose any revenue. But while anything's being built, we're taken care of. I mean, that's just the way we operate. We don't shut anything down. Everything runs while things are being renovated. Everything runs while things are being built. Great question. And yes, the pylon needs to be fixed.
Okay, and with that being said, I know we've had a lot of turnover at our casinos because of unhappiness with employees, not satisfied the way the management is running, and their voices are not heard. I mean, lost a lot of employees. So with somebody in there that knows what they're doing, I feel like possibly our tribal members will continue working with us or come back to us, because we've had qualified people in there that just plain flat,
That's a great, that is really important. So it starts from the top. And so you have to really set that. I've been hired in because morale was low at certain locations. I was brought in to find out why. And really, most of the time, it's communication. It's a lack of communication. It's a lack of listening. It's a lack of understanding and having empathy and compassion. And if you use that and you bring that to the table, and the employees feel that, they want to work for you. It's part of leadership. And so I think that through my travels through many different casinos and native properties, I've over the years figured it out. And so I bring that, and Dennis brings it. We understand what motivates employees, and we understand that we have to listen, and you have to, because employees, it's the grapevine. You have to put your ear down to the grapevine. They're not going to come up and say, they're going to complain about this and this. They may come to one of the council members. They may come, this ain't going right over there. And
they do.
I know they do. And so, yeah, so you have to be cognizant of that, right? And you have to be able to understand that that's happening, and you have to know how to address it. And so when you have these issues, you don't let them fester. You address it. And I think that if employees start seeing action where, hey, I went to this person and I saw this, and I went to Lou or I went to Dennis and we told them about this, and a week later it's fixed. That goes a long way to bringing that employee morale and bringing people say, hey, the Seminoles really have a good management team over there, and they're really doing some great things, and I want to go work over there. And that's what you want to get to, because you want to stop the turnover, because that costs you a lot of money. And you want to be able to attract people that have qualifications.
So I'll tell you a quick thing about personnel.
This will be very quick.
Okay. So with personnel, I say hello to everybody when I'm walking a property. If I see a lady who's pregnant and then she disappears for 4 or 5 weeks and comes back, not where she was 4 or 5 weeks ago, I say, hey, I heard you had a little boy. I don't know if she had a little boy or a little girl. It doesn't matter. right? She turns and goes, oh, no, I had a little girl. Oh, okay. I heard it was a little boy. And they smile and we have a laugh. They know that Mr. Floge connected with them. And 9 times out of 10, they will bring that baby to my office when they come in to show it to me. And I don't care if there's a councilman in my office, I will say, excuse me, I'll be right back. And I run out there and I make a big fuss. Okay? What a beautiful baby. Back. Thank you. I got to run in here. I got to have a councilman in here with me right now. Okay, Mr. Floge, thank you. That is my personality. That is how I operate. Very simple. Got to be nice to people. You don't. Being nice is free. Doesn't cost you anything. And getting back to your signs, okay, real quick.
All right, time has come, so we can go on about signs and employees' internal
Okay, we'll let it
problems
go.
for
Thank you.
hours.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chief.
Do appreciate you very much coming here. We have, this is LJD, Louis J. DeCampley. Let's let him know we appreciate him being here today. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Miss, thank you very much. So we had 3 companies that came before us. Sir, thank you. Next on the agenda is the proposed possibility of back the minerals. I'm going to need a mic that works, fellas. Okay. We had Maple Leaf, Warner Gaming, and LJD, Louis J. DeCampley. Those were the 3 companies that presented to this morning, and of course, LJD this afternoon. We want to take this time to express our appreciation for each and every one of those companies coming forth. I know they took the effort to put in a RFP, as well as they flew across the country to be with us here in the Seminole Nation today. So thank you all for being here today, and thank you for those good presentations as well. So at this time, we have Mr. John Tasuda. He's here, and John's no stranger to this area. You know, he knows some of his family, extended family is from this area. He is also the former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Indian Affairs, and during a period of time was helping make decisions for the Interior in Washington, D.C. When we were going over minerals, I think a few years back, John's company presented then and brought a good presentation. But he's back with us today to speak with us. So at this time, I'll call Mr. John Tasuda III.
All right, thank you, Chief. So again, thanks for the introduction, Chief. My name is John Tasuda. And, you have some family connection. I was actually born in Holdenville. Parents taught at New Lima High School, or the school there, when I was born for a number of years. My father was a coach there for a number of years. And then my mom's family is from around here, and related to, so they're Williamses, and my cousin who passed away a few years ago, Marvin Williams, was a local law officer. My cousin and his wife and their family are all proud members of the Seminole Nation. So thank you, and Chief. And I have a slideshow to help kind of talk through this. I'm sure a lot of you guys probably know more of the history of this stuff than I do, But what I want to do is just talk through my view on how this could proceed on several fronts. And I understand you want to go through the two issues, right, Chief? One, we want the land issue, and then the mineral claims issue. Is that correct? Okay, mineral claims, we'll go through that one first. Okay. So why don't we, gentlemen, if you could go down to the third slide, I think it is. One more. There we go. Okay. So again, I apologize to anybody, including Chief, I know, who knows this stuff really well, but this is my understanding, very briefly, of the history of the mineral estate for the Seminole Nation here in Oklahoma. As part of the Dawes Act and the 1898 Curtis Act, and the allotment that happened through that, there was an equalization fund created for the Seminole Nation, which was to retain 1/2 of all the mineral interests. Of course, this happened with a lot of tribes. Seminole Nation was not treated fairly. Am I standing in your way and seeing? You guys can see over me? I didn't think about that. Okay. I usually speak a little bit better when I'm standing up and waving my arms around, so appreciate it. So at statehood, Congress abrogated the agreement that you had entered into with the United States, revoking that requirement. Next slide, gentlemen. And so after a number of years, and for those of you that know, in the 1950s and 60s, Congress established the Indian Claims Commission to hear the multitude of cases that tribes had around the country for treaty abrogation, for takings of land and minerals and other things, et cetera. And like those other tribes, Seminole Nation had claims, and this was one of them, was claims for this. And unfortunately, it seems like, again, from my short history of this, that there was initially a finding that the nation was justified in its mineral claim and that it would proceed. And then that was in 1966. But then in 1972, a new claims commission, which means there were new judges that were reviewing the case at that point, reversed that finding and said that the United States did not owe anything to the Seminole Nation for this taking of the mineral estate. So in short, what that means for our purposes today is that you have, unfortunately, a court determination that the United States does not owe you anything for that mineral estate. Now, that's sort of the legal standing of it. That doesn't mean that that's right. It doesn't mean it's just, obviously. But to overturn that, you're going to need legislation. And what that means is, next slide, gentlemen. There's several ways that could play out. But you would need to, one is the United States to say, we're going to send this back to court and have sort of basically a new trial and make a determination on that. There is also possible, but I'll be honest with you, a much less likely outcome in which Congress could just pass legislation and say, you know what, that court was wrong, the United States owes you, we're going to pay you for it. Again, that's a possibility, but of all the options that Congress might take, that's probably the least likely. They often don't like to do that, especially if there has been a court decision. So we're looking more likely at having to go back through what's now the Court of Claims, and for them to determine both the liability and the damages provision of that. So the good news is that the damages piece, my understanding, was never actually determined. And so that would be, if you get back into the court, that would be an outstanding thing that a new court would be looking at through the lens of today and not through the lens of 1966 or 1972. Next slide, gentlemen. So again, as I said, to proceed with this, the most likely thing would be through legislation that would grant jurisdiction to the U.S. Court of Claims. And again, they could reinstate the findings of the prior court in 1966 and have them just hear damages amounts. But that is probably of those options. Again, I'm talking like these are options that Congress could consider in looking to pass legislation, because the Congress would be looking at overturning a court decision. So, and just asking for a damages determination. So More likely than Congress just passing legislation and saying we're wrong and awarding damages money to the tribe, but less likely than the next option I'm going to talk about. The good thing about these, when we look forward through the legislative process, one of the issues that always comes up, if you watch anything in the news out of Washington, D.C., they're always worried about spending money, even though they spend a lot of money. And so one of the issues is where money for this judgment would come from. And Congress never likes to take money out of a pot that it's already decided it's going to spend on other things. So if it goes back through the court, one of the things that Congress can do to avoid having to dip into the pots it's already determined is they have a permanent pot of money for court decisions in which the United States is found liable. It's called the Judgment Fund. It's administered by the Department of Justice, but once the United States goes to court and is determined to owe money, most of the time that money is drawn out of this Judgment Fund. And it's in reality the same money that Congress uses to fund other things, but they don't have to account for it in their budget. They just put money into it every year, and it sits there until people file cases and get judgments against the United States. But it doesn't appear on their budget, and it doesn't cause them the heartburn that they feel whenever they're trying to, as they are now, trying to pass budgets, appropriate money for the next year, et cetera. Next slide. Please, thank you. Oh, I must have missed back one. Go back one more. Maybe we skipped over one. Okay, no, that was the right one. Go one more. Okay, here we go. I think we skipped by that one. So the next option that Congress could consider would be to grant jurisdiction, again, to the Court of Claims, but they would only negate the 72 findings and say, we just want a new trial. And to my best guess would be this would be the most likely option that Congress would choose. And so Congress is not saying we're overturning the court and saying we're at fault. They're not asking the court to skip over doing a finding of liability, but they're saying we're going to give it back to the Court of Claims, who hears these claims against the United States now, and say, you figure out whether the mineral estate was wrongly taken, et cetera. And then if you find that, then you determine how much damages. So it's essentially getting a new trial, a new shot at getting your rights upheld in this mineral estate. Again, I think this would probably be the best, the most likely option that Congress would choose. Again, for simple reasons of which Congress is not making a finding against the United States itself, it's letting a court do it. And also, at the end of the day, if fault is determined and they say they determine an amount of liability, it doesn't come out of Congress's budget. Again, it would come out of this judgment fund, so they don't have to worry about it impacting their other spending. So that's sort of the options, I think, as I see them on the legislative front, is pretty much the only way you can proceed with this. I'll pause there. I've been talking for a couple of minutes really fast. Do you have any questions on that process and how that would work? Chief, anybody in the council?
Any questions? Representative Pittman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What would be the cost? Is there, Seminole Nation have a cost filing this or requesting that states go back to court?
Yes, and if you want, I'll get to that at the end. The cost is mainly me who do that work for you. If it does go back to court, then, and I can, again, go this a little bit more later, but that would be going back, that would be something different. That would be hiring a litigation team to go and to litigate that in the Court of Claims as well.
So at this point in the process, Seminole Nation just has to notify Congress that or Court of Claims that this is something are seeking or want them to consider?
Yes. So in short, it's like asking for any other legislation, right? So you go to Congress and say, this is an issue. I want you to pass legislation that will set this up. But you know, the work is in getting prepared for that, because they're not going to take your word for it, right? You got to sell it to them. So we'll have to do all the research, you know, most of the research, I'm assuming, is done since it went through this litigation in the Indian Claims Commission years ago. A big chunk of that will already be done. It'll be just getting it together, in a presentable format. And generally, what I find, in working with Congress is you got to tell a story. You got to tell them this was the horrible wrong that was committed. It's never been righted, and you need to fix this, and you need to make them feel bad about it. So this story needs to, tell all this to them, so that, frankly, they feel guilty and they want to do something about it, right? Fix it. So, but that's why. So we have to take, all the research that's been done in the past and everything, and get it together, and then make sure it tells a good story. And then you have to have a plan. And I'll get into that in just the next couple of slides. But, the Oklahoma congressmen and senators will have to be supportive, right? And then they can help us. We'll do the work in getting support, and others from delegations from other states, et cetera. But, we'll have to have the Oklahoma delegation on support as well. So, yeah.
So are we at this point here because we didn't have a compliance office, Congress, or someone monitoring what needed to happen with these men?
Not really. So what happened way back when the Indian Claims Commission would make a decision, and they make a decision in the negative like they did, and Congress has nothing else to do, they feel like, right? So, and the purpose of the Indian Claims Commission was essentially to do that for Congress. If you recall your history, in the 1950s, we had what started called the termination era, right? Wanted to get rid of tribes. Part of that termination, and where this Indian Claims Commission came from, was there were hundreds, thousands of cases that tribes around the country had filed for, treaty violations, for land takings, all these things that had happened. And Congress said, okay, if we're going to get out of this business, the Indian business, we got to take care of all this stuff. So they set up this special court, the Indian Claims Commission, and they heard all of these cases. And the idea was, it'll be just like getting rid of the tribes. We're getting rid of all the cases, right? So fortunately for us, I should have mentioned earlier, I'm a member of the Kiowa tribe in western Oklahoma. So we had our own ICC case, back in the 70s, et cetera. Helped put me through college and law school. So, there was a good part of that. But the whole idea, well, I should say the good point was that we didn't go away, right? And a lot of these cases eventually never went away. Some of them, the Indian Claims Commission just never got to. They never finished them. There was just so many of them. Others, and I would say on a positive note, other tribes have been in a similar situation with claims that they had, went to Congress, presented a good story, and said, we were wrong. Even though this court went through the process, it was still wrong. The outcome was still wrong. And Congress has said, you're right. And they've taken some action to right that. So this is not something that hasn't happened before. It's never easy, but it does happen. And in fact, I would say every few years there's one of these cases come along. In fact, I know I spent some number of years at the Indian Affairs Committee in the Senate, and we had tribes that had to take several bites at the apple. They came in with a sort of a similar case in which Indian Claims Commission case or another court case had an outcome that they didn't like, that wasn't right. And eventually Congress said, you're right, that's not right. We're going to give you some money for it, and we're going to give you some other stuff. And then the tribe would come back a few years later and say, okay, you gave us some, but that's way less than we're owed. And eventually Congress opened up the pocketbook again, gave them some more money, and often they give them some other things, some other lands and stuff, right, and whatnot. So again, it's not unusual, and it's not to say that it's an easy road, but it's not unusual. It happens with some frequency that Congress feels guilty, and they say, okay, you're right, we're gonna try to fix this. Is there another question?
Well, I guess I'm going to predate myself, but I was here in '66, sitting right on this same general council, not the same, different people. But I remember when that passed. Once that passed, they wanted to rehear it in 72, it was a 5-member commission board. Of that 5 members, in 72, one had passed away and they had replaced it with another person. In 1972, they looked at it and they were looking at how much they were going to have to pay us. They were in the vicinity of $126 million at that time, and it scared them to death. So what they did is they got this new guy on there that wasn't a part of the 66 decision, but a new person, because one had passed, the new person stepped in, and in 72, when he looked at the money, he reversed his decision when they went back into it. So that's where we came to. In the 1980s, if so, now maybe Lewis will remember this, we hired a raw swimmer and I think a black gentleman by the name of Thompson or something like this. Yeah, we hired them to litigate this case. They went nowhere because Congress told them that they weren't going to do anything because they were going to have to pay. They were asking for the interest and all. Can you imagine 50 years of interest? What that is? That scared the pants off of Congress. And so that's where we're at today. I'm just giving y'all a little background so you'll understand where we come from way back in the day. And so we need to understand that these people that have done this to, it was a great injustice. They approved it the first time, then changed their minds. And I think that Congress need to take that into consideration, that we originally won that case. If they want to go back and give me $126 million, I'll take it. I don't need the interest on it. Just give me the $126 million and I'll get out of your hair. But I do believe they owe us that much interest on it. I'm not going to say give us prime interest, but they'll figure out something on it. But like I said, I've been around a couple of days, so I do know a little bit of the history of what's going on today. My biggest thing right now, and I'll tell this council, is that I'm getting inundated with calls from people saying that, what's this going to do to my royalties? That those that have royalties now. I am trying to explain to them that this has nothing to do with today's royalties. This had to do with the Dawes Commission up until statehood 1907. But they're not believing it. They want to hear it from our administration and you as a council, rather than just one person. And right now, I don't know how to answer those people. And if anything is done today, I'm going to be in a quandary to answer that question to those people and our people, period. So I'm going to wait and we'll see what happens here in a little bit, but I just want to bring you a little bit of history of what happened and how we've come to this point. But all the legwork has already been done. It's archived and everything, and it should be able, nothing else, maybe you could get a hold of Ross Swimmer's old Hobbs Strauss, I think is what the name of the company was out of, or the law firm was out of D.C. that took it. So they should have it microfished or have it on record. So we can pick all that up and put it all into one. So that's not a big problem. But I just wanted to give y'all a little bit of history of what's going on and how we've come to this point. And today, that's all I'm going to say at this time. Thank you.
I would believe that the council would agree that in this current time, we wouldn't put any unusual restraints on our tribal members that get somewhat of some small Indian, individual Indian account monies from their minerals that were interested in the funds that was owed to the Seminole Nation under the original Seminole Agreement, which would come up, and all the research shows that it's up to about the 1990s, I believe. We were with the Department of Commerce, all those numbers of how many barrels of oil came out of here in Seminole country. And That was more like in the late 1990s, the last time we addressed it, because Chief Haney was in office at the time, and Ross Swimmer, and that was Wayne Thompson, Mary Wyrick. I think even Glenn Sharp might have been a part of the local team that was here back in the late 1990s. It got to the point, and all the research is done, actually. So John Tasuda would have a great advantage in this. If you remember, Ross Swimmer was before this council at the council house, and they couldn't find any of the records. And they said, we can't find the records in DC, we can't find the records in Fort Worth, but they just like they disappeared off the face of the earth. When Jimmy Factor was the assistant chief of the Seminole Nation, he called my workplace, which many of you know I worked, in research and history and as a curator with a museum for a period of years. And he says, I've got a load of boxes up here, and they're about 7.5 foot tall and about 8 to 9 foot wide. They're taking up my wall. And he says, if you can come up here and identify these, I'd appreciate it, because they're going to end up somewhere if you don't identify them. So I walked in Jimmy Factor's office, the office of the assistant chief back then, and I seen the names on them boxes. You know what they were, Wayne? Roy St. Louis. Only Wayne probably on this council recognizes that name. That's the original Court of Claims attorney before Paul Niebel. Paul Niebel became our Court of Claims attorney. As soon as I saw those names on that box, on those boxes, I knew what they were immediately. I said, those are the records of Paul Niebel, Court of Claims. So we have access to those records. A lot of them was digitized when Ross was here. And it got all the way to a bill being presented to the council. There was a bill, a draft bill, and Wes Watkins was going to be actually presented. So all that information is already gathered, and just to take it to the next step and get us over the hump on this. I think we owe it to our ancestors, because they believed in it. Just because there may be some on this council now that does not understand it, have no idea what it's speaking about. There are some of you that remember when it was important. It was an important item to us as Seminole people. It still should be. And I think in this day and time, if we are going to pursue it, actually obtain it, this is the time to knock on it, try to get it. But that's up to this council, and I appreciate Tasuda, because I think Mr. Tasuda and his constituency gives us the best chance in this day and time to actually get that settlement. Representative Borba.
Be looking for claims, or is he going to be doing anything with land? Because I feel like the Seminoles, that's a really good, so they like sad stories. The Seminoles lost a lot of land, and because of the federal government.
One subject at a time. Now we're on mineral claims, and he does have some clips for that other.
Like I said, I think they kind of coincide. He said like they like sad stories.
No,
that's a sad story. And Mr. Tasuda, I think your dad was my high school basketball coach. Sister Joanna.
I'll just use this
Sister
mic.
Jonna, yep, that's my oldest sister. Yep.
But anyway, there are two total different subject matters, Representative Borba. Mineral claims is totally different from what we would call initial historical lands, or what we sometimes call in 25 CFR 151, Part 151, as former reservation. So they are different. So let's finish up with the mineral claims here, and then he'll go on to that next issue.
Thanks, Chief.
Representative Cootie.
Is it my understanding that this whole claims would depend on the Congress giving the okay to go ahead with this, to start over?
Yes.
So it actually would lays in Congress's hands.
Yep.
Right? Regardless, no matter how many information we've got, it doesn't matter.
It's because you have a final determination from the Indian Claims Commission of no liability on the United States part. You know, I would, it would, you know, it's worth a conversation, and I would have a conversation with the folks at the Department of Interior, particularly the Solicitor's Office, and see if they think there's any way that you could proceed without having actual legislation. But at least to my mind, at this point, I don't think there's any other route. I would have that conversation just to make sure that there's not another route. But, you know,
But it still
but
is in Congress's hand.
that's my belief.
Several years ago now, it's probably in, Mr. Tsuda, you might remember this, where the Choctaw and the Chickasaw received about $150 million timberland settlement. And it seemed like the rich got richer. But might be watching this film. But that was true. They did get a settlement just about, what, 6 years ago? It might have been around 6 years ago. And they went through the route that they needed to go through to get it. And if we're going to do it ever as Seminoles, this is the time to do it. We may not have another chance to see if we can actually get that settlement.
Can I, real quick too, Chief, address the councilman's question about individual member royalties? Pardon me. I'm assuming you're talking about Seminole members and their royalties they get, right? Get a little bit ahead of ourselves, but if we get to the point where there's discussion about the legislative settlement, then there will be discussions also with the Department of Interior and the Department of Justice, because Congress will want them to weigh in as well. And at that point, you know, you, the nation, can negotiate as part of the settlement a way to hold your members harmless, right? So the royalties that they have would not be impacted if that's what you want, right? If it would be by the settlement, but you can carve that out if you would like as part of your settlement. You'll have that flexibility when that time comes to make sure that they're taken care of. Yeah, does that make sense?
In other words, this council, if we was to receive a settlement, could actually determine that what they're receiving presently, we would not be involved in if trying to collect half of that royalty. If we so choose, and I would advise very strongly that's the direction council would go if indeed we got this settlement. Who is that? Raise your hand. Representative Sampson.
Okay. Now, when you say members, to me, that excludes the freedmen. We had allotment as well and damages as well. Now, is this going to be a whole or a division again? Does that mean the freedmen have to come up with their own attorneys or what?
Now, some of you, as you understand it, correct me if I'm wrong in this interpretation, but when it comes to the minerals, that actually includes all citizens of the Seminole Nation. And also, because the freedmen receive allotment properties as well as the Seminoles. That's Wayne, I saw your expression on your face. If you understand it any differently, you can speak now.
Can I make one
You
point,
can,
Chief?
yes.
Again, getting a little ahead of ourselves, but if we got to that point where, you know, we're talking settlement and legislation that would, you know, that will have, again, interjection by the U.S. Department of Justice and the Department of Interior. And I can almost assure you, they will want to make sure that individual landowners, including allotment holders, don't have their rights negatively impacted. In every settlement, water settlements, land settlements, everything that I've ever seen or been part of, they always take care to make sure that the individual allotment holders' rights are protected as part of a settlement. That's the position of the Department of Justice usually.
Because one thing I remember I'm not totally that old, but I'm old enough to remember 72. When my grandfather came home from sitting on this council saying, we're getting ready to get our money for what they done to all of us. And at that time, they did not call us freedmen. We were called Seminole. So therefore, it is a big thing for us to know that we're all equal in this. With that being said, Chief, me and you might need to have a meeting.
Not to get into any kind of debate or anything, but the term freedman is represented in the 1866 Treaty of Article 3. That's the only place that the term freedman even is mentioned, and other references it uses the term persons of African descent. So I think citizens covers everybody. A Seminole by blood is a citizen. Seminole freedman is a citizen. So, you know, that would be determined. I believe that, you know, does anyone really realize that what we call the judgment fund today, that was the Florida Lands Claims Settlement, comes out of this same court of claims when we went after it. And that was determined, those judgment funds, by how the Seminoles were recognized by the United States as of 1823. And that 200th anniversary is coming up September the 18th of this year, actually, the Treaty of Fort Moultrie Creek. And that's our judgment fund law has to say you had to be a part of, as the United States recognized the Seminoles as of 1823. So that's all throughout our code of law pertaining to the judgment fund. And that's pertaining to a judgment. And minerals is somewhat different. Because minerals took place after 1823, minerals took place after the so-called Reconstruction Treaties of 1866 as well. So I would strongly recommend to the tribal council to think in a matter in a way that recognizes opportunities that we have as the nation. We actually, the real thing that happened, Wayne, if you remember right, is we were fixing to have a referendum in 2000. And the Interior came and said, why don't y'all go ahead and get this settlement? It's most likely it can happen. They even identified the source. It was the petroleum reserves. The petroleum reserves had where we were going to get this money from. If anyone remembers right, we had a referendum in 2000, didn't we? And we went ahead, referendum, and it was 9 different items. And we were challenged on that by the Department of Interior. And the rest is history. You know, Wayne, you and I lived through that. I don't know if anyone else was on the council back at that time at My Lands. We appeared in court in Washington, D.C. over that. So there are decisions that the council has to make. There are people sitting right here on this council right now has no iota about the Florida Lands Claims, became judgment fund, Amaga settlement, or the railroad settlement, or even the minerals. So, you know, the thing it is, if people before you believe that the Seminoles had the right to get it, who are we to question them? Who are we to question our elders before us? I mean, Wayne remembers it back to 66. I was 2 years old. Any other questions for Mr. Tasuda on this subject matter?
Well, just, sir.
Currently, I have a question, and maybe I'm a little ahead of myself in reference to this. On this bill that we were wanting to use, you're referencing TR 98-113 and TR 2015-72. We didn't get any information of what the outcome of these were, except on 98, 113. To me, it just seems like it's just I mean, a lost cause. Maybe it is. Maybe if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I mean, per what I've read, as far as this original Seminole Act and everything, it just doesn't. The wording is correct. Our own council back then in 1897 accepted it. Curtis Act came into effect for 13, 15 years. I don't understand, and maybe you can tell me where it says that the nation is owed half. I understand what this says over here, the original Seminole Act. But what I'm reading is when those lands were allotted, who knew where oil was going to be at that time? We didn't know that. So, I mean, can you explain that to me? Why it's using these other bills to get this resolution passed?
And I don't know if I'm standing in a bad zone for a reception, but this mic keeps coming and going. I'll speak to that just a little. We just had a case that, give me one with a cord. Might be illuminating energy that puts down batteries. This one, I'm not kidding, I'm a walking energy source. Wow. And anyway, I'm going to hold this like this. Maybe there's something going on here, and magnetic wise. We always stood, and Wayne, you know this. Some of you that know a little bit about our history, we have always stood Seminole Indians that the Curtis Act didn't apply to us. Why did we stand there? Because of the original Seminole Agreement. That's why. We did that before the Curtis Act came. So therefore, we have always stood that the Curtis Act did not affect us. Hooper versus the city of Tulsa just came down about a month ago, and Stitt's about to have a fit over that thing because just as I appeared in municipal court about 2.5 to 3 weeks ago because I wanted to see what municipal court was doing to our tribal members when they didn't have the right to prosecute within the exterior boundaries of a reservation. So I wanted to see how they were conducting themselves. And sure enough, David, you were there. They were going up. They didn't know what to do, really, in all acceptance. But I stood and said, and I shared with it. I didn't know what the judge was going to do. He could have called me down and say, sit down, but he didn't. But I'm the chief of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma. I'm the current president of the Intertribal Council of the 5 civilized tribes. You know what his next move was? Young lady, do you have a tribal card? Is that true? Young lady, do you have a tribal card? That Seminole Indian stand-up sign. And her mama had went to get her card in the car. You remember that? And she come in like she done won the lottery. She was waving that tribal card like that and changed the venue just like that. Just like that. I will say this. Sometimes in the providence of the Creator, sovereignty of God, people are placed. You're where you're supposed to be right now, this moment. I'm where I'm supposed to be at this moment. One day, I won't stand here any longer. But for right now, in this moment, I must, with you as the governing body of the Seminole Nation, try to pursue what's right by our people. And I know you believe that down deep in your heart as well. I know you believe that. And if it was good enough for our elders to believe and claim to, that the Curtis Act never applied to us, and now we have a federal court case in the 10th Circuit that says that, and I know they're going to try to take it to the Supreme Court, this may not be a losing cause. We might actually get the settlement. Is there a guarantee? No. But there is possibility that it can be done. I believe so.
Got follow-ups?
Yes, sir. I didn't yield the floor. That's all. I understand you said we didn't fall under the Curtis Act, and if that's true, in 1922, Miss Alice Brown Davis was appointed, not elected, our chief. Am I correct? So did we, do we, or do we not? Or included in the Curtis Act?
I think the city of Tulsa versus Hooper says no.
I understand that.
Isn't that what that said?
No.
Yeah, that's exactly what it said. We did not fall under the Curtis Act. Not only the Seminoles, but the Curtis Act provision of Arkansas law did not continue after Oklahoma statehood, okay? Now, really, that was the finding there by the 10th Circuit, that Arkansas law, which the Curtis Act had stated we're going to be under in the Indian Territory, no longer exist. We're in Oklahoma now. That's something the state official, especially at the highest levels of the governor, could not understand until the 10th Circuit decision. As far as I'm concerned, it was just a confirmation of what our elders said, that we didn't come under the Curtis Act, and that was a fruition of it.
I yield the floor.
I would just suggest that additionally, the fact that you had a preliminary positive finding of a takings on behalf of the United States in 1966 that was then reversed later, says that there's grounds that, yeah, that provision survived, that, you know, this equalization fund of the mineral estate survived. So I think, you know, it's, again, it's never certain when you're asking Uncle Sam to reach into his pocket and, you know, give you some money that he didn't think he had to give you earlier. But I think you've got grounds to go forward. And again, part of it is telling the story that decision was wrong. And, you know, that's how you get to where you want to go.
I understand that, but 2 years later, it was appealed. It was, am I wrong? Am I correct? Was it or was it not vacated?
I don't know. I don't know the procedural history. I'm assuming that there was an appeal and that appeal was turned down. It was very common. There were very few appeals of decisions of the ICC that were overturned.
It's sunsetted. They call it sunsetting. When the Court of Claims Commission came back, then they sunsetted. So any claim after the sunset period, you got to bring it like this, just as we're proposing. And many other administrations before us have proposed it. Even the last administration, to some extent, was hoping to go after the mineral.
Question over here, Chief.
Is there a question?
Yes.
Representative Narcomi?
Sure. Currently, now I qualify this question as I've met every member of our congressional have been dismissed by them. What are our odds? that are congressional entities will agree with our stand.
So
What are the odds?
what are the
that They will
odds?
agree with us.
You never know. I'll be honest with you. Legislation is always hard to get passed. And maybe if you can go to the next slide, I'll go through real quick. So who makes these decisions? This may partly answer your question, right? So there's basically 4 committees that this bill would go through in the Congress. The Judiciary Committee, because you're talking about resetting the clock on a judicial decision. And then the Natural Resources Committee in the House, which handles the majority of Indian Affairs issues, tribal issues. And then on the Senate side, same thing, the Judiciary Committee, because it's a judicial issue. And then the Indian Affairs Committee there will hear it. Again, as I mentioned earlier, the Department of Justice and the Department of Interior will also weigh in to give views from the United States administration. Next slide, please. Why don't you go ahead and roll through? These are just the current chairs and of those committees. Next, yeah. Next, here we go. And so we're talking about the Oklahoma delegation. So as I mentioned, it'll be to have all, if not, or most of the delegation. I will say certainly the 2 senators. You almost always have to have both senators from your home state to support whatever legislation you're pursuing. And then in the House, you know, I don't know. Josh Brecheen, who's the new member in the 2nd District, is a bit of an unknown. So I don't know where he would be on this issue. The others, generally speaking, I've always found them to be pretty supportive of tribal issues, particularly when you can present, as I said, a good story, right? That this was wrong. You can point to how it was wrong and say, this is something that you can make right. So I think, you know, you got a fair shot at getting them on board with the idea of pursuing this legislation. Again, you know, we would talk to which member would probably want a bill entered in both the House and the Senate side. Usually you introduce companion bills. And so I have a great relationship with Senator Lankford's staff. I've known them since he was a House member before he became senator. I also have a great relationship with Senator Mullen. And actually kind of personal. I interact with them personally a lot of times. And so I think that there will be support, at least to explore whether a bill can get passed from those 2. I've always found Senator Lankford to be very interested in justice issues, doing right by. And then Senator Mullen is a member of the Cherokee Nation and has generally been very supportive of tribal issues. And again, I think somebody who sees the world in right and wrong, and we tell a good story, and that this is the right thing to do, and I think he'll be supportive of that. Again, in the House, you know, of course, Tom Cole, as a member of the Chickasaw Nation, is almost always supportive of tribal issues, and I have no reason to believe he wouldn't be very supportive of this. I've also known Tom a long time and have a good personal relationship with him, and we can have a good, honest conversation with him. The other advantage of knowing Tom well and having him on your side is he's a great strategist. He can tell you how to get legislation through the House, through committees. He's also currently the chair of the Rules Committee in the House, which is the one that is the committee which determines which rules actually go, or which bills actually go to the floor. So I think that Stephanie Bice I've found to be very supportive of tribal issues. She's pretty new, but you know, to date I think she's been supportive. And Frank Lucas has been our congressman out on the west side for a long time. And again, I think he's always been, one, he's been willing to listen to Tom Cole, which is very helpful. But 2, again, somebody who, if you present him the picture that this was a wrong and this is a chance to make it right, I've always found him to be supportive of that as well. So Kevin Hearn, I think, is probably willing to go along with the others. Yeah, I've found his focus, you know, really did not be on tribal issues, but on other issues. And, you know, but for tribal issues, then he just frankly turns, to Tom Cole or the others, Frank Lucas, and says, what do you guys think? And if they say it's the way to go, he goes that way. Again, Mr. Brecheen, the new member of the House delegation, is just sort of the wild card. But I mean, if we didn't get him, but we got the other 4, we'd be in good standing, I think.
I think you would be, we have a relationship with Josh Burkeen and Stephanie Bice. They're both former state senators and they served with me in the Senate.
That would be great.
So we have access to being able to, and both of them have been supportive of tribal issues in the past. It's just a matter of sharing with them, and they all lean to Tom Cole. So
Right.
we have access to all of those members.
That's helpful. That's great. So, and like I said, this issue in particular, is in my mind, more clean cut in a right and wrong sort of thing, right? If we can tell the story, this was not handled properly by the court, that the outcome was not right, then it becomes a cleaner issue for Congress to deal with. When you have other issues that impact gaming rights and other things, and other tribes are opposed and whatnot, it becomes very difficult for Congress to work their way through those different interests. But in this case, it's really pretty clear. It's your nation's interest in this historic mineral estate, and was it wrongly taken? We convince them so. Then it's just a matter of getting them to open up the checkbook and write a check for it. So, right. That's largely the process as I see it, working through the Congress to get there. Again, we'll have interaction sooner or later with the Department of Justice and the Department of Interior. Hopefully earlier, particularly with Interior, to the extent that we have any gaps in research or gaps in the history piece. I have generally found the Interior folks are pretty helpful in saying, well, we have this document and this kind of contradicts the documents that you have, but it's good to get that stuff from them, right? So what's going on. So I've found them to be generally helpful, and the earlier we can get them engaged in this would be helpful, I think, as well. At the end of the day, Congress is going to turn to both the Department of Justice and to the Department of Interior and ask what they think about this issue. And if we can, again, in some ways, it's the same thing, telling a story. Done wrong, you can fix this, right? And if we have the two agencies saying, well, we do think that this would be a good outcome to fix this wrong, then that would be helpful, very helpful as well to the overall effort.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Representative Lambert?
It's Josh, a friend of mine, but he was a member of Tom Colburn's cabinet, and he cut his political teeth in the county as his field rep here. Very fiscally conservative. So if you focus on not coming out of the current budget, I think that's a big, that'll be a big for him. And he is also willing to follow Tom Cole as well. I agree with that. And so, but I think we do it now's the time. Like you said, have all these people on that are pretty much, but if we wait too long, we're going to get a lot of this
things will be changing
in there, and we're going to miss our opportunity.
I spoke to Representative Tom Cole, and well, his take on it is, I'll be glad to assist the Seminole Nation. So, what that means, anybody's guess, but I think he's going to be fair with us.
And it's Brecheen.
I met some, so I was actually really good friends with Senator Coburn and his staff. They were some of my best friends when I worked on the Hill. And so I was talking with one of them last year, who had been chief of staff, and I didn't realize until then he said that Mr. Brecheen was he grew up with him. They went to high school together or something. So And, but he said that, you know, he spoke very highly of him. So I just don't know that much about him and his positions. What's publicly has happened is, you know, he has been sort of fighting with the Republican leadership in the House and carving out, you know, but oftentimes Tom Coburn did this, right? If you're smart, you can carve a space out for yourself where you're not exactly following the herd, but you still get your voice heard. And I suspect, you know, that he's trying to, or in some part, trying to follow Coburn's you know, steps when the way he did that, because he became very effective at that.
Representative Stephanie Bice has been very supportive of the Seminole Nation and other areas. I know when we received that 6.5 million, close to $6.5 million just about a month ago, she was very instrumental in pushing that on behalf of the Seminole Nation for transportation.
So that's part of, I appreciate that, and certainly we'll lean on you guys. That's also part of what I do, right? Develop a strategy, a plan, who to talk to as we work our way through. And obviously we'll have to spread it out from the Oklahoma delegation. But, you know, that's, in some ways, that's the normal course of what people like me do in DC.
Mr. Tsuda, did you have some other clips on another subject matter?
Yep. Yep. You want to get to the land?
Yeah, might as well just
So
touch
if
on
you
that.
can-
Then we'll go forth with the tribal resolutions before us.
Okay. All right. So if you can roll back up to the second, would be the, there we go. I think that's the first actual slide, right? Yeah. Okay. Question about extents of former reservations and how that may impact the ability to do gaming on those. And so I just threw up here, here's sort of two of the relevant pieces of law. The Indian Gaming Regulatory Act, which has some pretty strict land provisions in it. And in general, the idea is that tribes can't put gaming facilities on lands that they acquired after 1988 when the legislation was passed. But as with all legislation, there are some exceptions. And so there's what's called the Oklahoma exception. And this basically I have up here. So if the tribe had no reservation in 1988, and recent Supreme Court cases may now throw this language in some flux, just to be aware. But in 1988, nobody thought there were any reservations left in Oklahoma, right? And so if those lands are located in Oklahoma, where there's no reservations, but they're within the bounds of the tribe's former reservation, as defined by the Secretary of Interior, then those lands would also be eligible for gaming. What does it defined by the Secretary mean? Well, that's what this regulatory provision says. Former reservation in Oklahoma means within the exterior boundaries of the last reservation that was established by treaty, executive order, or secretarial order. So there's sort of a descending list here. And that is something that we'll have to get into and look through the history. As with virtually every tribe around the country, but particularly in Oklahoma, and you guys know this, we all started out with larger reservations and they got shrunk down. We entered into subsequent treaties that shrunk them down. We had the president signing executive orders that shrunk them down. And you would think that that wouldn't have the power of law, but the Supreme Court 150 years ago said, no, that does. The president could just do this by himself. That's what an executive order is. And so by executive order, the president has shrunk down reservations as well. And then it's a little bit interesting. I'm not the lawyer to do it, but some enterprising lawyer someday may want to challenge this provision of the regulations because the secretarial order really shouldn't carry that much power. But at least in the regulation as it stands now, it does. And so, what this will entail in part is going through part of the history, and part of this, I'm assuming, is in the ICC boxes as well, because you got to know what lands were part of the mineral estate over different years to determine whatever that might be as well. So, and in there will certainly be treaty provisions, probably an executive order at some point. The real question will be, where those lie and where that is. And if there is a secretarial order, I would be a little surprised, but maybe there is. But we'll have to identify those and just see where those lines on the map play out. Next slide. So how do you go about this? So the process is actually pretty simple. If you want to open a gaming facility on any other newly acquired land, and you're not sure, and sometimes you want to say you're not sure and you want to tell the government to tell you, right? So that if their thinking is that it's further out than you thought it was, then that's even better for you, right? So you submit a request, and ask, is this land within this acceptable area, within this former reservation area? The person that starts that process is named Paula Hart. She's the director of the Office of Indian Gaming. The Office of Indian Gaming is in the office of the Assistant Secretary of Indian Affairs at the Department of Interior. And Paula's a long time, so she's actually worked in that office almost since it was started a few years after IGRA was enacted. She became the director about 15 years ago now, I think. So she's pretty experienced at these things. Been around a long time, seen a lot of issues. I will say, so Paula worked for me when I was in the Assistant Secretary's office. And I would say she's very pro-tribal, and she'll usually try to do whatever she can to at least start out saying she supports you. Now, she runs into internal, roadblocks, either from the lawyers, the solicitor's office, or other things. And, where she starts out usually gets massaged a little bit and doesn't end up where she originally thought it would, but that's where it'll start. What we'll need to do, again, is to kind of get together everything that we can find, written decisions about the Seminole Nation, reservation, and anything to do with its boundaries. And that includes DOI decisions after 1906, and again, any ICC, any of the cases, the files in the ICT claims will probably have a lot of relevant information for that as well. That's about it. Like I said, it's on the surface, a relatively simple process. It's a very political process. At the Department of Interior, it's obviously a heavy responsibility because, as you know, gaming is a very politically fraught, issue. Some people support it, some people don't. Tribes fight with each other over it. So these questions about, boundaries and where casinos can be placed sometimes impact other tribes. And in Oklahoma, there's a lot of us tribes in one state. So a lot of people eventually start weighing in as these decisions make their way through the Office of Indian Gaming and then through the Office of the Assistant Secretary. And then not just tribes, but you have counties, local governments that will contact the Secretary's office. You'll have governors, obviously, who contact the Secretary's office, and usually feel free to contact the White House, who will call over and say, hey, what's going on with this? So there's a lot of interaction. It may look like the surface is kind of still, but underneath there will be lots of activity that goes on with these decisions. So that's about it. The Indian Claims Commission.
Representative Shaw.
Talking about gaming in our original boundaries, can we go back to the 1856 treaty? Since that is an original treaty that was made with the Seminole Nation, owning all the lands between the north bank of the North Canadian to the south bank of the South Canadian, from Seminole County line to the state line. Would that be considered as part of our original treaty, and that we could do gaming on it? And if not, I know that in Oklahoma City they've tried to keep us out of Oklahoma City, period. But also, according to this, if we can buy land up there on the bank of the river, then we can build gaming on the river. because it says any navigable water, and they're up there playing up and down the road with the little canoes and stuff, so that's navigable to me. So, you know, their technicality, they messed up. But can we not build out over that river? State doesn't own it, and the federal government never bought that, our water rights out from under us on the rivers. So we do still own the rivers, in my opinion. So we need to go more in depth into some of this stuff than we're looking at scratching the surface right now. But, we've got to do something. And like I said, they're hell bent on keeping us out of Oklahoma City, but but because of the way that treaty was written in '56, and before it was taken away from us in a new one in '66, and we ended up in present-day Seminole County, that was the original treaty, according to that. But then I'm looking up her DOI decision from 1906 and forward. Well, DOI, this was before 1906, 50 years ahead, 60 years ahead. So we need to, like I said,
I think
if we're going to do so, I think we need to challenge that, and then also as a nation, we need to challenge all the water rights, because I'm getting tired of buying water from the city that actually belongs to the Seminole people. Your own people own the water rights all over Seminole County. This is your reservation. You own this water rights, and we've never claimed it. It's time we start fighting back on it. So, y'all want to claim some sovereignty? Let's do some sovereignty. Put your chest out and be somebody.
I think John made a statement, or Mr. Tsuda did, about the possibility of the recent court decisions on the McGirt, and in our case, Grayson, brought the reservation to be deemed never to be disestablished for the Seminole Nation on April 1st of 2021. That would have a bearing on this, unfortunately. And I spoke with Paula Hart actually through correspondence recently. And even back in 2016, they had shared with me, because I was concerned as the assistant chief at that time with the cases that were just now strumming up under Murphy, and then later became, the case in the McGirt. And I said, well, my concern is that a decision be made now why the terminology is still former reservation. And back at that time, they said it would be grandfathered in because of the Seminole Nation's inquiry, over the years on this particular subject matter. Of course, we dealing with it, at that point. Recently, in a letter, she did say that, she's willing to start the process of any two-part agreement with the Seminole Nation, and more or less coach us through that type of an agreement. And in the same thing, she pretty much mentioned that, that Grayson case affects us. But it wasn't what I would say, how sometimes, John, you being up in there with the interior, sometimes in their writings, they don't really say it like it really concrete. They kind of leave it kind of just iffy and or maybe show, one's guess. So is it possible, that the secretary could have deemed that, our former reservations under CFR code? I think the secretary could have done that. Secretary hasn't made that declaration, obviously, for the Seminole Nation. But as Mr. Tsuda referenced, anytime you're dealing with these kind of things, there's other powers at bay that sometimes we don't even know they're working there in DC through lobbyists or whoever they may be working in to try to stop us to be able to come into that area. Obviously, it would affect gaming for many tribes in that region, but We already have a standing resolution by the Intertribal Council that they support us going back to our initial historic reservation. That was passed by Intertribal Council, the 5 tribes. So it could be a difficult road, but it's not an impossible. So let's go back to where we originally were, because reason we thank Mr. Tsuda coming all the way from Washington, D.C. to be with us. So we're back right now at the original agenda, PR 2023-53, a tribal resolution of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma, reaffirming resolution TR 98-113 and TR 2015-72 to authorize the pursuit of mineral claims before the Congress of the United States of America, to seek reparations and to hire special legal counsel. I entertain a motion to that effect.
I'll make that motion.
There's a motion by Representative Fulbright, seconded by Representative Borba. And we've had a lot of discussion up to this point. Representative Shaw?
I'm not got any discussion. I want to ask that we table this till we take this back to our people so we can give them proper answers. I think I alluded to that earlier. They're asking a lot of questions, and I think we need to have town hall meetings or something of that sort in order, and some of you as council reps need to be there to help explain it, and I think our administration needs to be there to explain it to the people. And so I'm asking that we table this issue for another date as soon as possible, but I ask for a second.
A second.
Okay, there's a motion. I saw the other constituent, Representative Thunder, in her hand first. So we have a motion to table and a second to table. And so that's TR 2023-53. Motion to table, Secretary. There's no discussion on the table, so call the roll.
Leetta Simpson,
Yes.
Anthony Conley,
Yes.
John Narkemy, Rena Tiger, Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez,
No.
Leon Petit,
Yes.
Joseph Billy, Dolores Harjo, Karen Fulbright,
No.
Ann Borba,
No.
Stephanie Lambert,
Yes.
Tina Yeslith,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie,
Yes.
Marilyn Moore, Ensign Lena, David Frank,
No.
Tiffany Thunder, Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
Yes.
Charlie Hill,
Yes.
Tommy Chupko,
Yes.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Willis Dethridge, Desiree Emerton.
No.
I have 16 yeses, 7 noes, 0 abstain.
With a count of 16 yes, 7 no, and 0 abstain, I declare that that table has passed. Take all the information gathered at this meeting and articulate it to your bands. Actually, council done passed this 2 or 3 times to pursue it. This was a courtesy coming back to this council to do so. I know TR 2023-54 will withdraw that at this time because the first one didn't pass because of the table. And I just explained to Mr. Tsuda that that table basically is similar to a formality so that the bands can take it back to their constituency and speak with them. And that happens a lot here within the Seminole Nation. Representative Shaw?
Yes, I think I expressed in that table that the administration set up town hall meetings. That's what I thought I expressed that. If I didn't, I'm sorry. But I do believe the administration needs to set this up. But we need, not only us as council representatives there, we need you there too as administration.
Okay, that'll be fine. Mr. Tsuda, we set up a town hall meeting. Can you zoom in with us for that meeting? Okay. That'd be good. And that'll be sometimes in the future. I can't tell you a date right now. Representative Sampson?
Yes, all the information that he had up on the board here, is there any way that he could send it out to the council?
Mr. Tsuda, one of the council representatives asked their PowerPoint. Can you set it to us so we could set it up on the portal and send it out to him via email? Okay, just send it in to our program developer there and we'll get it there.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, TR 2023-55, a tribal resolution of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the intergovernmental cooperative juvenile detention agreement between the Seminole Nation and the Sac and Fox Nation. I entertain a motion to that effect. I've seen Representative Lambert. She made the motion and seconded by Representative Sampson. Any comments? This is basically an agreement for juvenile detention center with the Sac and Fox.
Call the question.
Question's been called for. Secretary, call the roll.
Leetta Sampson,
Yes.
Anthony Conley,
Yes.
John Narkemy,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman, Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Leon Petit,
Yes.
Joseph Billy, Dolores Harjo, Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Ann Borba,
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert, Tina Yeslith, Lottie Cootie,
Yes.
Marilyn Moore, Henson Lena,
Yes.
David Frank,
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
Yes.
Charlie Hill,
Yes.
Tommy Chupko,
Yes.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Willis Dethridge, Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 23 yeses, 0 nos, 0 abstain.
With a count of 23 yes, 0 no, and 0 abstentions, I declare TR 2023-55 to have passed. And what we would do from this point on the presentations that were given this morning, we'll call a special call meeting maybe on the 24th of August to address perhaps, and if we get our information for the public meeting, we might bring that minerals under that same council meeting if possible. But we would have to hurry up and have some public meetings on it. Okay, so for those that are still here from those companies that presented, this was presentation so that these representatives can take the information that they learned today from each presenter and take it back to their bands. And then we'll come back, I'm looking at the 24th of August, calling a special call meeting, and we can address that presentations of those companies this morning if the council desires to go that direction in the area of consultant and management companies. Okay. Representative Saw, I see your hand and I see Representative Pittman. Is your motion to adjourn?
No, mine
Okay.
is, gonna ask, I got 3 things I need to ask about. One of, we did a entrepreneurial, whatever it was, with some guy out of Oklahoma City that time, or Norman. we've never received a report from them. Where are we at on that, whatever it is? I don't even remember. I know we voted no on it because we've never.
Are you talking about the loan program?
What?
The loan program?
Yeah, we've never received any kind of report from them or anything, so I'd like to have at least a report from them.
Okay.
And also, y'all presented it, but those people that had the consultants you had never gave us a written report. So I'd like to see that. That's not, that too. Now, the other thing is, I think we've asked for a revision committee meeting. We haven't had it yet. And that's gonna be up to you, Chief, to call that meeting, or the chair to call that meeting. And then the last one concerns our interim GM that has resigned effective the next week or two. I was gonna speak to Mr. Shepherd, but Mr. Shepherd's not here. I was gonna ask that she be,
Representative
Relieve-
Shaw, I'll go ahead and halt you right there. I did, and you spoke to me about it over the telephone.
well, she
And
needs to be relieved of her duties, and we also need to, they're going to that.
Well, what I want you to know, I talked to the board member himself. That has not happened, okay? Not at this moment. It could be anticipated to take place, so
okay.
possibly, but it has not happened.
The reason I'm saying is she gonna get to go to this, what is it, OIGA, deal this week, this coming week on our dollar?
Well,
Because she
like I
don't-
said, Representative Shaw, the information you shared with me, I hate to say it wasn't totally valid. I mean, it was kind of on the right track, but that has not happened yet, okay? And Mr. Shepherd was here earlier, but he's not here at the moment, apparently.
I was hoping
But-
he'd stay
but-
long
but-
enough for
but-
me
but
to
I-
ask.
But I shared with you, I would check into it, and I did. And at this point, what you're saying has not happened. Could it happen? It could. Very well could, okay?
All right,
Did I see another hand over here somewhere?
no, I think he was gonna answer
Okay.
some
Oh,
questions.
he's going to answer about the loan program, I believe.
All right,
Okay, for the loan program, we gave a report on the radio. Most of you probably missed it, but to date, of all the applications that have been sent to U.S. Treasury, 15 have been approved. That's out of every tribal nation in this nation that submitted an application. The last correspondence we received was in July. There was a hearing, there was questions, answers, response. At the end of that, they didn't have any other direction for us to go. So it's in queue to be approved by the U.S. Treasury, but it's in the queue with, there's, 500 and something tribes in America that could apply for it. So at this point, we're just simply waiting for the U.S. Treasury to act on that. On your second question regarding the consultant, I did email that report to you personally, but we can post that on the tribal portal. Yeah, I had sent that to you when you had requested it, but we'll put it on the portal.
Okay, Representative Hill? You yield the floor, Representative Shaw?
didn't answer one more revision committee. When you gonna call a meeting there?
I'm gonna try to call it as soon as I possibly can. Seem like every time, towards the first of the month, there's always, conflicts. We can try to get together, have your people there, because I want you to choose a chairman, because people's schedules are very tight, especially right now with Nation Day's coming up.
I understand that, especially with school just starting back too.
And that's exactly right. So,
It needs to be called.
so if we call it, you ban send your representative there so they can have a quorum, so they can take action and select officers. Okay? That'd be nice, very nice. Representative Hill.
Mr. Chair, first of all, in reference to what Mr. Shaw was saying about nothing's been approved pertaining to or valid concerning our GM. 2 nights ago, there was an email messages sent to half of the people, employees at I-40. They read it and saw it that her last day would be the 24th of August. Not only that, the employees at River Mist up there at Kanawha, all the employees know about it, that she did turn in her resignation. I don't understand why our so-called board member, Mr. Shepherd, has not received it. Maybe the mail's not going to him, or he's not trying to research or look into it, okay? But that's being straight up and honest. If over half of the employees in the casino that are working saw it, I don't understand why he didn't see it. I wish he was still here. And the second thing that I need to bring up is the fact that about 2 weeks ago, I sent a message to you and all the council representatives. However, I don't know if you received it or not, pertaining to that we only have one board member for the gaming enterprise, and we're supposed to have 3. And by the Constitution, you're supposed to appoint 2. Then we, as the council representatives, are the ones going to decide whether yay or nay, okay? My question to you would be, is there a reason why my message that I'm sure you have read it did not go on the portal to all the council reps?
I don't know about your message, going on the portal, but I will say this, that we're going to try to have 2 nominations for the Seminole Nation Gaming Enterprise Board come up at the quarterly meeting. Those 2 nominations will be at the tenure of the chief of the Seminole Nation, as tribal code and tribal law states. So I shared with you at the last council meeting, you don't want me to go into why, we won't appoint those ones that you want or nominate those ones that you're wanting on there. And I don't want to go into that.
Well, you don't have to go into it, okay? Number one, as you quoted the Constitution, et cetera, there's supposed to be 4 applicants. My question is this: you might have friends and relatives that you might want to appoint. However,
absolutely not.
I said you might, okay? I didn't say you were or you is, okay? Whether you're a chairman or a chief, okay? But I'm talking to you as a chairman. If you bring all 4 applicants, we, the council, are the people, speakers for our people. We're the ones that's going to pick and approve 2 who you might not like, that's going to be put as board members.
Nominations come from the office of the chief, and I did the council a courtesy when there was some complaints from the council saying, well, you only are appointing the people you want to appoint. And I said, well, send some folks' names in. We will take it in consideration. That was the point. Now, you're taking a courtesy and a common thing that the office of the chief gave to the council, and you're taking it as the norm that it should happen. And you're trying to force the chief to nominate the folks that you want to be able to appoint. And I done shared this, but I'm going to share it again. Take the chair, please. There's a lot of you that sat on this council right here that was not here 20 some odd years ago. Okay? This chief is not a puppet. I'll never be a puppet. Want to be appointed will be a puppet. I'm going to share with you, we got into $11 million fine one time. And it's because of moves like this. Moves like this. You know what? Some people might be intimidated by some of the antics and the semantics that is played by certain people. I sat right where you sat, Mr. Hill. I sat right where the chief of the band chiefs sat. I was appointed by 5 principal chiefs of the chiefs, as you would say the Constitution says, when I was a young youth, all the way up to this point. Don't think that this chief is not experienced in the politics of the Seminole Nation. He is very much experienced in what goes on in this nation. But I'm going to share this with you. I will not hand the Seminole Nation gaming back over to folks who want to control it and then try to stifle this existing administration in a manner and a way that's not productive. And we've seen too much of that over the years. That's why we're where we're at right now. Seminole Nation. And you say, why would a chief talk to us like that? He does whatever we want him to do. And I do. Wayne, you know I try to do everything I can to help our people. I do. That's who I am as a person and an individual. Outside, if I never hold this office again, I will still continue to do that.
Mr. Chief,
whatever you want to be called. We're not saying that you're a puppet, okay? You're putting the words into our mouth. Maybe it was not siphoned 20 years ago, but today, you don't have to stand there saying it's not. It's being siphoned right now while you are still a chief of the Seminole Nation. If you would like to know, look at the contractors at the I-40 casino in the month of May and June. They brought outside contractors in to teach the 4 accountants that are working at I-40 casino. They didn't know what they were doing or how to answer. So they brought one contractors in with people in there, and they paid them $102,000 for the month of May and June. That's $51,000 a month for each one, when we could have a board member up there that is fully aware of accounting and all that, can teach them instead of bringing outsiders in. We're paying $102,000 that we can use for our people.
We still have the attorney for the S&G here. We still have the attorney for him. They can answer any questions.
Miko, I want to add this. This is a perfect example why we need one of these people back here sitting, running our casinos. You know, this problem we have didn't happen overnight. It's been here for several years. And the things it shows is this council or whoever was in office can't run this casino. That's the bottom line.
Yes.
And we do need help. That's why I'm telling everyone here today to go to your band members and talk about who do we want or who do we need to get us in the right direction. Because the casino is our revenue. If that goes down, we're in trouble. But we do need to get back to our people and see who do we need to help us go forward. It's hard to stand in place. I didn't come to the seat because just sitting here. I want to see us advance in something.
Our elders, we had a chance to waive all their utilities, have our own power plant. Oh no, but we couldn't have that because people had to be controlled, the decision and the purse strings. So they had to pull out of that. We had a signed agreement with the Tunica Biloxi tribe, Art Barbary, who was the chairman of the Tunicas back years ago. You know whose name is on that? My name's on that. Former chief is also. But you know, within 4 weeks, we spit in their face. We went with and got the largest fine ever assessed to an Indian tribe. And then got chased down rabbit holes. Old boy went to prison over it. Tax evasion. Some of our own people went to prison, unfortunately, for that, bless their souls. But the thing of it is, I don't understand why you could say, well, let's trust this chief and let him do what he needs to do. In another administration, you can't trust somebody who's come up and spent his whole life, half of his life, serving the people. My mama, my daddy served right there, right here. I served right there. He served at the same time. My sister was the treasurer of the tribe at one point and one time. So the thing of it is, we have a history of service to this nation. I want to be your chief. I do. I pray about things. I don't know about some of you, but I pray about everything that happens in this nation. I want to see us not only position ourselves for progress, but I want to see us propel ourselves forward. It doesn't mean go visit the same old thing all the time. That's like a dog visiting its vomit. Then you just get the same old junk all over again. We have a chance because of him to do something different in this nation. I would ask you to seek your heart to see if this council can go down in history as the one that actually makes it happen. I'm setting Representative Fulbright.
Thank you, Chair. This is a prime example why this council cannot be in charge of gaming, because there are some council members that are involved in day-to-day business in the gaming, and that's not acceptable. Employees are getting threatened intimidated, bullied. Why didn't all of us get a memo saying the GM was leaving? I had no idea about that. It's just certain people privy to this, and how are they? Is it because they're in everyday business here? Probably. That's not our job. Today is our job. Today, we're going to move this tribe forward, hopefully. And if you don't, here we go again. I don't want to see another $11 million fine because we got council members digging their nose in businesses. And I certainly don't want to see them involved in these people that come and spoke to us today, getting in their business if we decide to put them in. Let them do their job. You do your job, and that's on this floor. And that's moving this tribe forward.
Okay, I recognize Representative Lambert and then Representative Cootie. Can you repeat that?
I was gonna.
Okay, we have a motion to adjourn.
Her hand was up before her.
Her hand was up before hers.
But
As I seen it.
before we do a motion to adjourn, I was recognized by the chief after he spoke. I didn't say anything because everybody else was called upon. He called him, then he called me. So before we adjourn, I have a request.
Up while Karen was talking.
We have a point of order. Chief was not the chair. I am the chair. I seen in this order
No.
Representative Lambert, this representative, and then you with your hand raised. He shouldn't have called on her as he had left the chair. He did. It was allowed. I called on her and then you. You made a motion to adjourn. There was a second. We are
You
adjourned.
mean to tell me that if she had her hand up and mine goes up next, after her, that you would call on her? I mean, my hand was up while she was talking that whole time.
And hers was as well. And that's how I recognized it. If it's not how you seen it, I do apologize, but we have a
That's not how
motion
I
to
saw it.
adjourn and a second. We are adjourned.
We are adjourned.
But before we adjourned, I was recognized before the chair left, and my request is for a prayer. We're supposed to do a prayer before we adjourn. Well, we have a member of this council that is missing, and I want to request prayer for Terry Edwards. And I was recognized by the chief. So are we going to pray or not?
We can, please stand. Representative Pittman, please do the honors.
Thank you. Please bow with me. Our humble Creator, we ask that you would allow us once again to approach your throne of mercy. We ask that you will govern our people, give us the wisdom and the insight to help us run this tribe in the best way that will bless all of our citizens. Father, we just ask a special prayer for traveling grace for those of us who are leaving the mission, go to our respective places, and we ask that you will cover us and bless us until the next appointed time. Bless our tribal administration, bless this tribal council, and bless us with the unification of service. Thank you for the presentations and the traveling grace for those who came to present us with additional information to help us make the right decisions as we go back to our band. And Father, we ask for special prayers for Ella Coleman, Terry Edwards, and all of the members who are absent at this time, and our former members who were in attendance earlier today. In the mighty name of Jesus, we pray. Amen.